This young man entered a sealed-off S-rank dungeon, but easily annihilated all the monsters inside. After coming out, he was stopped by top-rank hunter inspectors, but none of them lasted more than a few seconds. That's because in his past life, his world was destroyed. It was overrun by monsters pouring out from hell, and he was humanity's final warrior. But after facing hell's final boss, he was defeated. However, because you diligently liked the video, he was reborn as a young man in another world. And okay, without further ado, let's get started. The world I once lived in was destroyed. Everyone had to fight monsters to survive. I too spent my entire life doing just that. I just kept fighting, day after day, just to survive. And so the days passed, and the months, and the years. Even 15 years flew by in the blink of an eye. With just a single sword, I could cut down any monster. I wasn't afraid of monsters at all. The demon looked down at me, the sword god, its eyes flashing a dangerous red as it spoke. Give up. The world you once lived in is already gone. The mastermind behind all of this. It watched me struggle between life and death and made an offer. What a waste of talent. Become my sword. Hearing that, the sword god gritted his teeth in fury. Don't make me laugh, he spat, and in his rage he bravely charged forward. The sword god leaped into the air, simultaneously drawing his sword. The monster swung its arm trying to swat him, but it couldn't catch him. Instead, the sword god left a long gash across the back of its hand. The creature had not expected this. Its face contorted in rage. The sword god was about to look back to assess the situation, but before he could react, it swung its fist, sending him flying in a spectacular arc. But it wasn't satisfied. The monster continued its assault while verbally humiliating him. No matter how desperately you struggle in my eyes, you are nothing more than an insect. The sword god took the full force of the blow, coughing up blood. Yet with extraordinary willpower, he managed to flip in the air and land safely, regaining his balance. He immediately dashed towards the monster again, charging forward with his lone sword, determined to fight it to the death. The monster, looking like a Super Saiyan, glanced at him as if he were an ant and raised its hand. As fast as lightning, it swatted him away like a fly. With his tenacious life force, the sword god resiliently stood up. The monster didn't deliver the final blow, but coldly watched him struggle. Suddenly, the sword god noticed the pendant on the monster's chest. His deep blue eyes flashed. The monster saw him raise his weapon into a ready stance. As if that was the signal he was waiting for, the sword god suddenly made his move. He unexpectedly threw his sword like an arrow. It struck the creature square in the chest before flying off into the starry sky. The monster's weapon froze just 1 millimeter from his face. Half of the pendant flew off, and a crack appeared on its chest. The monster's eyes bulged with hatred as it let out a high-pitched shriek. You bastard! That last throw had completely drained the sword god of his strength. The rest of the pendant continued to crack into tiny pieces that scattered. In this moment of life and death, the monster shrieked in terror, "Stop!" But unwillingly it began to turn to dust. Only when it had completely vanished could he finally relax. Exhausted, the sword god collapsed backward onto the battlefield. The focus in his cold, jade blue eyes began to fade. Lying amidst the endless smoke and fire, he looked up at the sky and sighed. What a magnificent sight! A young man walks under the warm sunlight. Beneath a head of messy hair were a pair of indifferent, world-weary brown eyes. He seems to have wandered somewhere he shouldn't be. An alarm blared loudly. On a fence, a sign read, Namsan Gate Rank C. Recommended party minimum of 3. Civilians prohibited. An urgent announcement echoed from a loudspeaker. Please scan your hero registration code and personal identification. Non-hero civilians are requested not to enter. Du Jun walked up to the gate, ignoring the announcement. Then he lowered his center of gravity into a ready stance, and with a whoosh, he vanished, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. The alarm wailed frantically as the announcement grew more urgent. Warning, an unregistered individual has entered the gate by force. Du Jun paid it no mind and kept moving, only stopping when he was surrounded by trees. As he was about to step deeper inside, a voice called out, "Hey, young man!" Du Jun reflexively looked over. A group of people in uniform was approaching. The black-haired man asked, "Are you lost?" "I'm not sure what your situation is, but we're preparing to leave, so you should probably come with us." Du Jun just stared at them without saying a word. A girl whispered quietly, "Hey, look at his clothes." The guy with the buzz cut next to her also whispered, "Yeah, you see it too. He doesn't look like a hero at all. They sized Do-jun up from head to toe and sighed heavily. I know the support staff wear all sorts of things these days, but that outfit. And seriously, what's with that backpack? You think he's some rookie porter who got abandoned by his hero party. But that can't be right. Not wanting to listen to them gossip, Do-jun spoke up. I understand what you're all saying, but I just got here. The tactless young man blurted out, "See, I told you." He was left behind. The man with black hair gave him a sympathetic look and advised him gently, "I've seen many people like you before. I know what you're thinking stepping into a gate like this. Don't talk so familiarly. But if you think you can hunt inside a gate just from watching a few videos or browsing online, that's just suicide. First go get an official hero license and then pass the training and evaluation. Besides, this Namsan gate is rank C. If you want to start out, you should try an F-rank gate first." With a calm and indifferent expression, Do-jun said, "I know you mean well, but I don't need your thanks." The group was completely taken aback by this reaction. Totally stunned, the two young men couldn't hold back and shouted, "What's with this crazy bastard, sir? Don't you dare stop me this time." The older man held out his arm to stop them. "Calm down." He watched Do-jun's retreating back and said, "Just leave him be. If he's going to ignore such sincere advice, then just let him get a taste of it for himself. He needs to know this gate isn't like what you see on TV or the internet, but a cruel world." The moment he finished his prophecy, Do-jun ran into someone. A monkey-faced monster with buffalo horns sneered at him. Standing in the monster's shadow, Do-jun calmly took off his luggage, then closed his eyes. The monkey-faced monster swung its arm to attack. Do-jun leaned aside to dodge. A light flashed in his eyes, his pupils turning from brown to gold. 15 weapons descended to the ground, kicking up a fog of dust and smoke. When the dust settled, it was completely shocked. Do-jun, with his slender arm, rushed forward and threw a punch, instantly tearing a huge hole in the monster's head, as if it had evaporated from existence. The monkey-faced monster with buffalo horns was left lying right there. Do-jun looked up and couldn't help but remark, "Nothing's changed at all." Do-jun stared at the charred monster before him. A moment later, he reached out and picked up the monster's blade. He stared blankly at his own reflection in the blade, as if he hadn't yet woken from a dream. Then Do-jun pointed the blade at the headless corpse and stabbed it with a thud. Blood splattered everywhere. He focused, digging deep into its body, searching. A few minutes later, he pulled out a sparkling, pristine, blood-stained stone. It was a low-grade mana crystal. He couldn't help but sigh. Back then, I wouldn't have even bothered to glance at something this mediocre. Do-jun unzipped his backpack and rearranged the items inside before stuffing more in. As he was busy, a rumbling sound echoed in his ears. It was the footsteps of a few pals, the comrades of that unlucky monster. This time, 3 of them came at once. One was winding up for an axe swing. A powerful monster swung its axe, and he ducked to dodge. He channeled energy into the hand holding the mana crystal, then suddenly threw it, much to the monster's surprise. The mana crystal blew the head clean off the monster that had just made its debut, forcing it to exit the stage. The remaining 2 charged forward in unison. Do-jun tossed his backpack aside. You could tell he was about to put on a one-punch kill show. Meanwhile, that humanitarian party was also wandering through the forest. The girl in the group hesitated slightly and said with concern, "That rude guy from before, what if he really died?" The young man snapped irritably, "Wait, don't tell me you're worried about him." The experienced older man spoke up to reassure them. If he's an intruder, agents from the control center should be on their way by now. This is a C-rank Namsan gate, so they'll send elite B-rank or higher agents. As long as he doesn't go crazy and charge into a horde of monsters, he won't die, so don't worry. The bald man said confidently, "He's right. That arrogant prick is probably shaking like a leaf right now, waiting for the agents to come rescue him." The scarred bald monster was the one shaking like a leaf. It took a punch that caved its face in. The mullet-headed one took the chance to ambush from behind. It was too slow for Do-jun. Its blade could only slice through the air. Seeing its prey vanish from sight, the mullet head couldn't help but feel wary. Jun flashed behind it, raised his leg high, and delivered a kick that caved its mouth in making it spew blood like a rain shower. And so the one-sided battle came to an end. With one face up and one face down, Do-jun dragged the rough stone sword along, then swung it forcefully. With a sharp gaze, he counted 3 more mana crystals. With his work done there, he continued hunting for a little while longer. After some time, his backpack had gotten a bit fatter. Do-jun wandered around sniffing for prey with a frustrated mood. The harvest wasn't much. So far, he had 12 low-grade and 16 mid-low-grade stones. An agent from the center spotted him and immediately reported to his comrades. This way, Do-jun heard human voices and looked over curiously. In an instant, 3 other agents had appeared on the scene. The brown-haired agent demanded in a stern voice, "We're from the Gate Control Center. Please present your hero registration EAD. If you are not registered, please follow us back to the control center." Do-jun raised an eyebrow somewhat skeptically and uttered, "Gate Control Center." The agent lowered his voice, emphasizing each word. "Please comply with our instructions." He sighed internally. What's this now? So annoying. He looked at them, a slight glint in his eyes, suggesting he wanted to fight, but in the end he shooed them away with a couldn't-care-less expression. "Get lost, you're annoying." The brown-haired agent immediately ordered, "Handcuff him." The blonde-haired agent took out his tool. "Please cooperate. If you resist, we may be forced to use violence." As he said that, his other hand swiftly grabbed Do-jun's wrist. The blonde-haired agent held up the handcuffs and warned, "Any injuries resulting from resistance will be entirely your responsibility. It's best if we resolve this peacefully at the control center." Before his wrist could get a new accessory, Do-jun grabbed the man's hand back, feeling the grip on his own wrist. The blonde agent's eyes widened in shock. Do-jun looked at him and stated seriously, "Don't bother me again. Get lost." Seeing this, the other agents grew vigilant, drawing their weapons in a flash. The weapons revealed their true forms. He glanced at the tools and thought with indifference, "Level 4 magic sealing devices, huh? Do you really think those still work on creeps like these?" Do-jun applied a little more force, dislocating the blonde agent's joint, while speaking his voice heavy with a special emphasis. "Last warning, if you don't want to get hurt, turn back." The words had barely left his mouth when pressure came from the front. The agents attacked. Do-jun casually blocked the blow. The agent on the right swung a punch. He tilted his neck and dodged it gracefully. At the same time, swift as the wind, he raised his knee into the other agent's side. An excellent knee strike made the right-wing agent lose his balance. And for good measure, another kick sent him flying. The agent on the left saw this and was so stunned he froze on the spot. He stared at him as if he were a terrorist. Do-jun turned to look at the agent and gave a nod. Immediately after, his figure blurred as if it were dissolving. The agent couldn't see him anywhere. He thought in terror. He vanished. He suddenly appeared right next to the guy and punched him hard. The agent took the full force of the blow, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. He then called out, "Hey!" The agent, clutching his body, stammered, Yes, sir." Do-jun asked, "If I register as a hero, I won't run into any more trouble, right?" The agent hesitantly replied, "That's right, as long as you don't break any laws inside a gate. There's no reason to send an agent otherwise." He asked again, "What about rifts?" Hearing this, a sudden chill ran down the agent's spine. These were passages to other worlds where bizarre monsters appeared. They opened up all over the globe. The byproducts obtained from hunting monsters here were used as a new energy source. For that reason, places where the government completely controlled the passages and contained the monsters. These were called gates. Spaces that hadn't yet been converted into gates were called rifts. After listening to the explanation, he basically summarized, "So that means no matter which gate I go to, you guys will come find me, won't you? The reason being illegal entry or something like that." Seeing the displeased look on Do-jun's face, the agent quickly explained, Yes, that's right. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center receives a notification. Agents waiting nearby will be dispatched. Rifts aren't as easy to access as gates. The Hero Association won't just stand by either. He couldn't give a damn about those trivial matters, saying arrogantly, "Yeah, and so what?" The agent was silenced, unable to help but regret his actions. This guy, he's a goddamn psycho. I should have reported him to headquarters from the very beginning. Just as he finished cursing internally, Do-jun grabbed the agent's face and swung his arm. He casually tossed the agent away like he was throwing a handball. Do-jun looked at the agent and judged internally, just another worthless nobody. The agent, half kneeling, clutched his injured area. He yelled, "You bastard! Next time I'll definitely kill you." Dojun couldn't care less and continued on his way. At that moment, the jewel on the monster's chest shattered. The monster in despair roared without stopping, "Don't stop right now." Hearing its voice, which was almost a scream, I also began to lose consciousness. It felt like I was being sucked into something. Death. I'm probably about to die. With that mindset, the sword god closed his eyes to accept it. After waiting a moment, he found that no one had come to take him away. He opened his eyes in confusion only to find himself hanging upside down in the blue sky. Before him was a strange young man. The sword god spoke up. "Who are you?" The timid-looking young Dojin introduced himself. "My name is Seo Dojin. I'm on the verge of death. If you accept my request, I will quietly disappear." As soon as he finished, the sword god said without a moment's hesitation, "I refuse." Hearing those words, Dojun became flustered, not knowing what to do. The sword god took the initiative to explain his side. "I have nothing left to tie me to this world. After 15 years of fighting to the death, I was betrayed by the comrades I trusted. The country I lived for has been destroyed. My friends are dead. So is my family. No matter how hard I try to live on, in the end there's nothing left, is there? It's the same for you, isn't it?" This sentence left Dojun speechless. Dojun couldn't help but try to persuade him. "Even if my life is the same. I don't want my grandmother and Unsung to have to live like that." The sword god finally softened, clearing his throat and asking, "So, what, just keep it brief? What do you want?" Not expecting him to change his mind so soon. Dojun's face lit up as he hurriedly said, "What I want is Gasan Digital Complex. Once called the Michelin Industrial Complex, it's now known as the Hero Complex. The trading of byproducts from gates here is even more active than in many IT companies." After hunting enough mana stones, Dojun walked around the city with his backpack on. After a while, he came across a purchasing shop and thought to himself, maybe I'll pick this place. An unpleasant-looking receptionist saw him enter and said, "Welcome." As soon as Dojun walked in, he said, "I want to sell some mana stones." Hearing this, the cashier shot up and boasted, "You've come to the right place. We offer the best purchase prices in Seoul. No, in all of Korea." Hearing that, he poured the mana stones onto the counter. Seeing the blood-stained stones, the cashier couldn't help but sneer. "Seriously, you should at least wipe off the blood before bringing them in." Outwardly, he said pleasantly, "You've got quite a few mana stones there. Please wait a moment while I sort them. Would you like some coffee while you wait?" He said, "Whatever's fine." He just sat there and waited as the clerk examined the stones. The clerk counted them while typing furiously on a calculator, then said, 12 low-grade mana stones, 16 mid-low grade, and 5 high-low grade. The commission fee is 40% of the purchase price. You already know that, right? In total, the amount you'll receive is 5,460,000 won. Hearing the absurd commission fee, Dojin spoke up. "Hold on, I'm the one doing the hunting. You guys are just buying them. And you take a 40% commission?" The clerk was caught off guard, stunned. Then he immediately changed his tune, smiling condescendingly. "Sir, it seems you don't understand how things work around here. Normally we take 45%, you know. I'm only giving you this rate because it's you. If you don't want to sell, then take them back. You definitely won't find any place that'll pay more than me." Dojun gathered up his goods and said nonchalantly, "Then I'll take them back." The clerk immediately pressed down on his hand, then held out his other hand demandingly, looking for a fight. "Hey, sir, you have to pay the sorting fee, you know." Model: "The coffee isn't free, you know, including the sorting fee of 300 gun and 10 gun for the coffee, since we had to use an expensive cloth to wipe up the blood and now it's unusable. Please pay a total of 350 gun, including the price of the cloth." I snatched my hand back and challenged him coolly. "I don't have any money for you people. If you don't like it, try and take it." The clerk gave a hideous laugh. "So brave on your own turf, huh? You will pay, you hear me? We've got a few C-rank heroes backing us up." The damn dog. Just as he finished speaking, a few beefy guys came out of the emergency exit. The one with the scar looked at the clerk and spoke up. "What is it? Why'd you call me? Got another troublemaker." Dojun shifted his gaze from the clerk to the beefy guys. Scarface's mouth fell open as he looked down at him, who was now exuding an immense pressure. The clerk turned pale, trembling like a leaf as he hid behind the counter. Scarface screamed as he was sent flying towards the reception desk. The C-rank hero lay flat out, unable to get up. His two cronies were also laid out on his left and right, in perfect symmetry. Dojun dusted off his hands and walked calmly to the counter. He approached the receptionist and stated his price. My commission for this job is 1%. From now on, let's have some smooth transactions. I'll be back later. A while later, he got home and threw a thick stack of money on the table. His grandmother and Eun Jong were stunned speechless. His grandma picked up the stack, estimated its worth, and hesitantly asked, Dojun, what is all this money? He scratched his head awkwardly, trying to come up with an excuse. It's nothing. I lent some money to a friend to start a business a while back. His business is really successful now. His grandma asked suspiciously, You really have a friend like that, son? Dojun had to elaborate. Grandma, you remember the places I grew up, don't you? He was a friend I used to play with back then. The grandmother clutched the wad of cash in her hand, her old voice saying, Of course I remember. The innocent Eun Jong chirped, Brother, does this mean we're rich now? Dojun smiled gently, patting his little sister's head. From now on. The little girl was overjoyed and ran around the room shouting, We're rich! We're going to be rich! Dojun watched his little sister, his eyes filled with thought. Memories of the other Dojun flooded his mind. Grandma and Eunjong, let them live in the safest place possible. And then he disappeared before I could answer. He looked in the mirror. Dojun's face now somewhat resembled the sword god's. When I woke up, I had become Seo Dojun. The safest house in Korea right now costs up to 110 billion won. I have no obligation to fulfill that one-sided promise. But once my power returns, that amount of money is nothing. The dungeon's gates monsters. Everything here is weaker than in my old world, the world that was destroyed. To me, who was once the sword god, this place is like child's play. But not even 10% of my power has returned yet. As he was deep in thought, the doorbell rang, followed by a voice calling, Is Seo Dojun there? He stood up and told his grandmother, Let me get that. You stay inside, okay? With that, he went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a guy with brown hair and another with blonde hair waiting. The big guy with brown hair smirked. Well, Dojun debts have to be paid on time, right? The blonde one added, Do you even know how much you owe, huh? It's 48 million gun. He recognized this situation from his memories and sighed. Loan sharks. The real Seo Dojun borrowed money before he died. 5 million gun for grandma's hospital bills had somehow multiplied by 10 in a short time. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened. Hey, you just made some money from a gate, didn't you? The blonde one demanded, Hand it all over. We're just collecting according to the contract. Don't you dare feel like you're being wronged. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired guy took a fist to his cheek. He flew backwards and slammed into the wall. The blonde guy froze, staring at his partner in shock. What the Dojun didn't give the blonde guy time to think, cracking his knuckles. The amount I've already paid you is over 9 million gun. If anything, you're the ones who should be paying me back. The blonde guy was scared witless, forcing a placating smile and stammering, Hey, are you really Seo Dojun? Dojun raised a fist, his eyes deadly. Tell your boss I'll be paying him a personal visit soon. Then he beat them to a pulp. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed through the sky. A while later, he and his sister went to a shopping center to hang out. They went into a stuffed animal store, looking at all the cute plushies. The little girl asked expectantly, Can I really buy one? Can I get this doll? Dojun smiled kindly. We've already bought our things. Now just pick whatever you want. When I shared memories with Seo Dojun, my own dried-up emotions began to change. Right now, it's just compassion. But Seo Dojun was always kind to Eunjong, his half-sister. At the very least, I will protect that part of him. After looking around for a while, the girl was still very hesitant. Brother, can I choose this one? Seeing the skinny stuffed bunny in Eunjong's hand, he immediately grabbed the fat teddy bear she had liked earlier, held it up and said, I told you to pick whatever you like. Eunjong grinned and scratched her head sheepishly. Afterwards, the two went to a restaurant for a meal. As they were enjoying their delicious food, someone called out, Are you Seo Dojun? Is that really you? He turned to look. A chubby girl with 2 burly bodyguards came into view. She smirked and asked mockingly, You dare criticize others when you're dressed like that? Look at you. You're nothing special. And who's that brat next to you? Causing trouble just like your mother, huh? The moment she said that, the atmosphere grew tense. Only Yoon Deong had no clue what was happening. Who is that woman Dojun, however, said nothing, not even bothering to react to her. But even if you want peace, some people just want to stir up trouble. Seeing she couldn't get a rise out of the adult, she turned her attention to the child. "And what's your name?" she asked patronizingly. The little girl replied politely, "Yoon Deong." With nothing better to do, the woman sneered. "So you're from the Elso family. Look at the way you're dressed. Pathetic. Just like your mother, isn't it? What's the matter? Cat got your tongue." "Can't answer me, huh?" This woman kept provoking him, but he wouldn't react. Visibly annoyed, she turned her venom back on the little girl. "Hey kid, do you know what the word whore means?" Knowing what she was about to spew, Dojun coldly cut her off. "You're as ugly as an orc." Hearing his insult, she was completely stunned. The sword god couldn't stand this woman any longer, his contempt showing on his face. Seo Dojun was born out of wedlock and lived in poverty. At 7 years old, after his mother died, he was finally taken in by his biological father. He had to endure more than 15 years of discrimination and scorn, and was completely abandoned after his wife gave birth to a son. He was then thrown out onto the street and forced to live with his grandmother and a half-brother he'd never even met. Seo Dojun, what is your heart made of to have endured all of that? But things are different now. The sword god stood up, looked down at her, and scolded. "We've known each other for 22 years, and I still find everything about you disgusting, from your face to your rotten personality. Even your pig brain is hopeless. You're just jealous of girls prettier and better than you, and you're always living with an inferiority complex. You're not even half the person this little girl is. She at least knows how to think about her brother's finances." He finished his tirade. He looked down on her like a god. The stepsister was so furious, her eyes rolled back, and the two bodyguards looked on in terror. "What did you just say?" Just as they were about to come to blows, a noblewoman approached. "Dojun, long time no see." She immediately ran to her like a tattling child. "Mother, mommy, do you have any idea what that bastard said to me? He called me and—" Her mother didn't want to hear it, snapping softly. "That's enough. Get out of the way. Is this how an educated person behaves? Seo Dojun, are you all right? No matter how busy you are, you should still come home from time to time." The sword god was disgusted, cursing inwardly. "What a hypocrite. You're the one who tormented, Seo Dojun the most for 12 years. The woman continued her act. "Your father is very worried about you too." He remarked, "How disgusting. We're not on terms where we can ask after each other's well-being. Are we? Now get out of my sight." She could no longer keep up the act, her face turning colder than ice. Hee-ju turned and stormed off in a rage. She stared after her mother, completely bewildered, and asking herself, "Is this really the Seo Dojun that I know? The guy who would just bow his head and take it even if I slapped him for no reason?" She got scared, too hastily grabbing her bag to chase after Hee-ju. "Mom, wait for me." Those two completely ruined a perfectly pleasant meal. He said in a stern voice, "Let's go, Yoon Deong." The little girl replied sadly, "Okay." The sword god gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, the Seo Dojun who always stayed silent when he was mistreated is gone now. She'd better realize that. The sooner the better. The mother and daughter's car sped down the highway. The stepsister, having regained her courage, started to whine. "Mom, why did we just leave like that? We should have beaten that bastard to a pulp. Do you have any idea what he said to me? That bastard. He said to me." Hee-ju finished touching up her makeup and called Director Lee. The person on the other end answered, "Yes, ma'am." She asked coldly, "Why is that Dojun brat still alive?" Director Lee rubbed his bald head. To be frank, according to the report, Kang Lu left Dojun in a ravine. He should have died. Hee-ju couldn't contain herself and shrieked like a madwoman. "Exactly. So why is he still alive?" Director Lee quickly replied, "I'm sorry, I'll look into it again." The stepsister, pale and with a trembling voice, repeated, "Should have died." "Mom, what did you just say?" Hee-ju didn't even bother to look at her, just staring blankly into space. Seeing her mother's silence, she grew more frantic. "Mom, what did you mean by that?" "What are you doing? Don't tell me. You tried to kill Dojun without even turning her head," Hee-ju asked nonchalantly. "Do you still have feelings for Dojun?" Her words hit a nerve, and she rushed to defend herself. No, that's not it. If Grandpa or your dad knew about this. Haidu quickly covered her mouth, pulled her daughter close, her face ice cold as she uttered, "Let Mommy handle this." "Shut your mouth." The terrified daughter didn't dare make a sound. Seething with rage, Haidu thought to herself, "You dare talk back to me, you goddamn bastard, no matter what! I will make you disappear from this world." 15 years ago, dimensional rifts suddenly appeared. From them, monsters poured out like a flood. Humanity was slaughtered en masse, and the world quickly fell into chaos. But then heroes emerged. They were the ones who pulled the world back from the brink of destruction. At the same time, a strange material was extracted from monster corpses' monostones. Monostones quickly replaced all old energy sources, and every nation scrambled to convert the rifts into teleportation gates. Now, the entire global industry revolves around gates and heroes. To put it bluntly, if you want to make money in this world, you have to become a hero. He stood before a small office murmuring, "This is it. The HCSIE Hongdae Umbo Corporation headquarters." Dojun casually walked up and with a click opened the door and stepped inside. Jang Seop was lighting a cigarette flanked by a man with blonde hair and another with brown hair. He shouted, "Who the hell are you? You dare show your face here after smashing my guys?" Dojun looked around for a moment, then said, "The more I think about it, the more I realize I got a raw deal." Jang Seop roared, "A raw deal? What the hell are you talking about? I'm just telling it like it is. I believe I deserve compensation for the emotional, physical, and financial damages that all of you have caused." As Jang Seop heard this, his mind started racing. The meek little kid from back then, he's really changed. The way he took care of my guys, he must have awakened inside the gate. He leaned in close, trying to intimidate him. "Looks like you found some courage. Let me tell you what happens to garbage who run around bragging about having awakened." The moment he finished speaking, his men stormed out. Every last one of them looked like a hardened criminal. Jang Seop grabbed his jacket, his face condescending. Those other guys were proud too after they awakened. But in the end, they were nothing but worthless D-ranks. "Listen here, we've got a whole bunch of D-ranks under our thumb. They won't even let you get a word in." It was obvious he had no intention of talking things out reasonably. As the man turned to leave, he called out, "Sit down. I'm not done talking." An agitated thug with glasses lunged forward, screaming, "What, you disrespectful punk! How dare you talk to me like that?" Dojun calmly snatched the man's glasses, threw them away, and landed a swift punch to his face. That thug collapsed to the floor. Everyone was stunned. Then, as he proceeded to beat down each one of them, he spoke. "You guys do more than just loan sharking, don't you? I also know you forge documents. To make money, I'm going to need a few heroes." After one of them went down, the next one had a chance to strike. But he missed completely, so he took a blow to the head and was knocked out cold. The Dojin of this moment was like a god of death, his eyes terrifying. He then returned to his calm demeanor. He spoke, almost giving an order, "Make me one, a clean one with no strings attached. The deadline is tomorrow morning." Unable to believe what they were seeing, the entire gang broke out in a cold sweat. Jang Seop was so stunned his brain felt like it was short-circuiting. This level of power. He's no D rank, not a C rank. He could even be a B rank. Dojun, tired of waiting, asked, "No answer." Jang Seop hastily yelled, "I'll do it. I'll handle everything." Just as he thought the nightmare was over, Dojun grabbed his shoulder. "One more thing. Was it Hong Haiju who told you to kill me?" At the question, her face flashed through his mind. But Dojin gave him no time to think, squeezing his hand harder. Still not talking. The intense pressure on his collarbone made him shriek in pain. Jang Seop screamed, "It was Hong Haiju, it was her. She said she hoped you'd be buried in debt and commit suicide. That's what she told me." "Let go. Please let go. Please let go." Having gotten his answer, Dojun released his grip, muttering, "Suicide, huh? So that's why she locked me in the gate." Hearing this, Jang Seop instinctively tried to clear his name. "Locked you in the gate. I don't know anything about that. I'm serious. I swear if you died, I wouldn't get a single penny." "Why would I put you in there? I'm telling the truth." Seeing the man looked like he was about to wet himself, Dojun didn't doubt him. His expression grew pensive. After thinking for a moment, he murmured, "Kang Chan Hu." He was the one who pushed me into the gate. Bring me all the information you have on him by tomorrow morning. Jang Se-op's voice trembled. Yes, sir. Dojun left the office as the entire gang breathed a sigh of relief. The sword god looked up at the clear blue sky. Unconsciously, he thought, please let Grandma and Eunjong live in the safest place possible. A formal response came. Is that all you wish for? Very well, I shall help you. The next morning, with a brand new ID card in hand, he went to the gate management center. He swiped it, and a cold, mechanical voice announced, Hero registration card verified. Your level is lower than the recommendation. Please be cautious and reconsider before entering. Dojun looked at the card, pouted, and muttered, That bastard at the company. He should have just raised my rank to A. He walked right in amid the scanner's warnings. Your level is lower than the recommended level, lower than what B rank D scale gate. Tunnel terrain. Recommendation entry is not permitted unless in a group of 2 or more. It's a B rank gate, but only D scale, making it difficult to solo. But because of its tunnel structure, it only allows one person to enter. So if you're not at least A rank, clearing the gate is almost impossible. If you're really unlucky, you'll have to face hundreds of monsters alone in that tunnel. It was pitch black. In front of him stood a giant snake with magnificent scales. The air was thick with death. Dojun was absolutely thrilled. Putting on his gauntlets, he said excitedly, Now this is what I'm talking about. The snake shot out its tough, venom-drenched tongue. Dojun didn't even flinch, snatching the mana stone from another creature killed right under the golden snake's nose. Enraged, it let out a furious hiss. After finishing one off, Dojun glanced back and narrated to himself, the black tusk snake, a venomous species whose slightest scratch is enough to cause paralysis. He leaped high into the air and landed hard, spinning on the balls of his feet like a top. Flashing in and out of sight, he raked his claws from its head to its tail, even tearing clean through its body after finishing this one off. His gauntlets were also soaked in snake venom. Seeing the level of corrosion, he casually estimated it was worth about 300 gun. The sound of hissing snakes came again, and Dojun reflexively looked over. This time they brought the whole clan to gang up on him. He was about to get up close and personal with these venomous snakes again. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became. Blood splattered everywhere as the snakes spewed venom like a torrential downpour. A moment later, Dojun was the only one left standing. He reached in to grab his spoils, then paused, puzzled. Are there no mana stones? No. There it is, he thought to himself. If this is like my previous world, the mana stone drop rate from a black tusk snake is less than 3%. Looks like I'll have to hunt a few hundred more. He continued through the tunnel into a lush green forest. He noticed several skeletons nearby, overflowing with an aura of death. He followed the gaze of a skeleton's empty eye sockets. An SS rank boss, huh? Seeing a snake 3 to 4 times larger than any he'd encountered before, he dropped his backpack and muttered, I don't even know the way out of this place. And yet I run into it here. He was done talking. He leaped up, a single punch. I need to end this quickly and get back. But this time he was repelled, his wrist throbbing in pain. Seeing the massive handprint on the snake's body, he was stunned. My attack didn't work at all. Before Dojun could think of a plan, its tail shot towards him. With a single crack, he was sent flying into the wall. That tail whip was seriously stunning. Dojun took a moment to rest. Only when the SS rank boss snake loomed over him did he force himself up and leap to the side, narrowly escaping death. Immediately after dodging, he pushed off the ground hard with the balls of his feet and lunged toward the SS rank boss snake. He practically flew, throwing a punch that cracked a part of its scales. From the look in his eyes, it was clear he was taking this opponent seriously, facing an enemy with such superior power. He couldn't help but wonder, just as I expected, it's completely different from the other snakes. Its skin is so tough, my punches do nothing. What should I do now? If only I had my real strength back, a thing like this would be nothing. As he was at a loss, a glint of light caught his eye. Dojun looked over and saw it was an old sword. This is... After a second of hesitation, he resigned himself to his fate and drew the sword, muttering, It's old, but I have no other choice right now, no matter how dull this sword is. What matters is the skill of the one who wields it. Hey, sword, let me borrow you for a bit. To dodge the snake's jaws, he leaped with all his might, simultaneously forming his armor around his sword hand. His pupils narrowed as he spoke with murderous resolve. "To fall by my hand. Consider it your honor, you damn snake." He gripped the hilt tightly. The SS rank boss hissed, tensely opened its maw, and lunged. The swordmaster focused his spirit so intensely his irises seemed to vanish. Then, with a single slash, he shattered the SS rank boss's head, but the sword shattered as well. Dojun held his pose, waiting, his lips pursed. Then he let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "If I hadn't been able to take it down with that blow, I would have been a goner." He stared at his new spoils. With that, the venom dissipated. Dojun had obtained a new weapon material. He assessed it. A bit short for a longsword, but if I sharpen it a little, it'll be usable. Either way, I still earned more here than at the Namsan gate. What a relief. By the time he exited, it was late at night. Dojun reflected, "I can't believe a B-rank gate took so much time. Restoring my strength really is the top priority right now. I just hope my old comrades don't see me in this pathetic state." The next morning at the shop he had visited before, a hunter placed his spoils on the table. The shopkeeper calculated for a moment, then said, "You've gathered quite a few mana stones. The commission is still 40% as usual." Hearing this, the hunter looked displeased and started to haggle. "What, 40% is way too steep. I'm a regular. Can't you cut me some slack?" The shopkeeper started explaining as he counted the money. "You know how it is. We already have the lowest commission on the market. The gate center's basic processing fee alone is 5%. Plus, we don't leave a transaction trail so you don't have to pay taxes. When you think about it, a deal like this is more beneficial for you in the end." The hunter saw his point. As he counted his money, he said, "Well, I guess you're right. Oh, by the way, what happened to your face?" Hearing this, the clerk just gave a helpless shrug. "Don't even ask. Some psycho barged in and beat our guards to a pulp, and I got my ass handed to me, too. That hunter put his money away and just kept rambling. That's why I'm telling you, don't just rely on some C-rank guards. You gotta look at their skills, not just their rank. Ranks are just something the bureaucrats made up to make managing things easier. Real strength is on a whole other level," the clerk thought. How can some kid who just got his license and is standing guard at a door compare to a hero who risks his life hunting monsters every single day? "All right, if you're done, then get going. You talk way too much." That hunter winked and chuckled. "Hey, we've known each other for a while now. If you need anything, just give me a call," he said, then headed for the door right as Dojun was coming in. The moment he saw that god of misfortune appear, the clerk instinctively recoiled in fear. He pointed a finger right at his face and yelled, "It's him. He's the one who put me in this state." That hunter turned back, asking in disbelief, "This guy, he's tall and looks pretty respectable, and he caused a scene here. Hey, are you the one who caused all the trouble? You call yourself a hero and you go around hitting innocent people, huh? Don't you know heroes aren't supposed to touch civilians?" Seeing this, the damn clerk gloated internally. "The guy you hit is a veteran hero with 7 years of experience. He's really well connected, knows a ton of heroes from high rankers to low rankers. You're dead for messing with him." Dujun turned his head and shot back. "Why don't you worry about yourself before you start lecturing other people?" Those words fanned the flames even more, and the clerk got even more excited. Dujun didn't give a damn about anyone and continued, "Or what are you planning to get revenge for them?" For a second, the hunter got pissed and clenched his fist. Are you looking for a death wish? Oh, crap. The number one cause of death for heroes isn't monsters. It's conflict with other heroes. His 7 years of intuition kicked into escape mode. "See you later. I've got something to do. I'll be taking my leave." Seeing his backup just walk away like that, the clerk froze completely. June questioned him. "You don't seem to like me very much, huh?" The clerk's face went pale with fear. Without waiting for a reply, he tossed over a backpack stuffed with mana crystals. Then he said flatly, "Ring it up." Looking at the sparkling stones inside, the pressure on him mounted. What is all this? High-grade mana crystals? Who the hell is this guy? The clerk couldn't resist the temptation and reached for his calculator. Afterwards, he screamed in shock. The total is 150 million gun. Hearing that, Dojun was silently disappointed. "I grinded all day for this, and it's only 150 million. Outwardly, he just demanded calmly, "Give me the 150 million. The clerk quickly blurted out, but we still have to deduct the commission." Seeing that piercing glare, he thought, "Did I say something wrong?" Luckily, he remembered something about this, letting out a sigh of relief. "No, that's not right. The commission is 1%, so that's 148.5 million. Get it for me now. The clerk cursed in his head. What the commission is 40%? Are you deaf? Out loud, he only dared to say, well, transactions over 100 million require approval from a supervisor. Dojun looked at him and ordered, then go get approval, right now. The clerk called his boss and explained in a low voice, yes, sir, here's the situation. The moment the person on the other end answered, Dojun snatched the phone. He spoke directly into it. You hear me? Tell your guy to give me my money. The shop owner replied politely, I understand. Please hand the phone back to my employee. Without waiting for him to finish, Dojun hurled the phone against the wall. Feeling the searing heat from the phone and hearing the order from his boss, who simply said he understood. Bring the money out. The clerk didn't dare argue and immediately complied. Yes, sir. He left the shop carrying several full bags of money. Next time, let's keep the transaction civilized, all right. The clerk cried his eyes out, thinking, since when does a civilized transaction only benefit one person? 10 minutes later, the shop owner finally arrived. He asked worriedly, hello, why weren't you answering? What was that call about? The clerk, completely drained, said tiredly, hello, boss. I quit. I can't take this anymore. Seeing the phone embedded in the wall, the shop owner's face darkened. The clerk looked at the owner, his face grim. The owner made a call to get help. Hello, Jujon. It's your uncle. I need you to come by for a minute. On the other end of the line was a young woman. Every passerby was staring at her with awe. She walked in a pair of elegant black high heels, and people were gathering around, making her look like a famous celebrity. Isn't that Hyun Jujon? It really is her. Amidst all the adoration, Jujon arrived at her uncle's shop. As the door chimed, a welcoming voice sounded. Welcome! The moment the clerk saw her, he gasped, oh my God, Hyun Jujon. Jujon took off her sunglasses and gave a playful wink. Yep, that's me. The clerk was completely starstruck. Hyun Jujon, Korea's 4th S-rank heroine, he thought. I'd heard she was the owner's niece, but why would she come here? As if reading his mind, Jujon explained, my uncle told me he was having trouble with a hero who was strong-arming people into selling mana crystals. Could you tell me the details? Meanwhile, Dojun and Eundeong were out in their yard. One was playing with a doll while the other was training. Even hunting all day, it's tough to earn 100 million. At this rate, I'll be too late. I have to get strong enough to clear S-rank gates. Asterisk. Even if it's just a single day sooner. To do that, the most important thing right now is regaining my former strength. But unlike my old world, the mana in the air here is incredibly scarce even when I try to gather it. At this rate, it'll take 3 years. No, maybe even longer. It would be better if I had decent equipment, but there's hardly any gear here. Even junk items are rare. As he was stressing over this, he sensed danger. The little girl was playing happily when she saw her brother running over. He scooped up Eundeong and rushed inside. Eundeong, you have to get inside. Dojun brought the little girl in and immediately slammed the door shut. Seeing how rushed he was, his grandmother asked, What's wrong, Dojun? Just then the entire apartment started shaking. Grandma shrieked in surprise. An earthquake! It's an earthquake! Eunjong panicked and started screaming too. With his incredibly sharp senses, Dojun thought to himself, This isn't an earthquake. Then the sky turned pitch black. And now these cracks. The cracks spread wider and wider like a spider web. A central rift opened right in his yard. A rift? His grandmother asked in a panic. Dojun, what in the world is happening? He warned them grimly. It's dangerous. Nobody leave this room. And then leaped straight into the rift. His grandmother and sister called after him, but he was already gone. Dojun, brother. At that same moment at the Heroes Association headquarters, the people who received the report cried out. Captain, a rift has just been detected in Mappo. The association manager pondered for a moment before giving an order. A new rift. After 63 days. The White Lion Guild is closest to the Mappo area. Contact them immediately. Quickly dispatch any other nearby heroes. Where was the rift detected? A subordinate replied, in the yard of a civilian's house. Hearing this, the senior manager gave a bitter smile. A civilian's house. This is trouble. If an ordinary person who isn't a hero enters a new rift, they can never come back out. His head started to throb. Worse yet, if they die, a monster wave lasting 10 days will pour out from the rift. If that happens, all of Seoul will... The manager asked again. Have we identified the person who entered the rift? The blonde-haired agent said. His name is Seo Dojin. He's a resident of the house where the rift appeared, and his grandmother says... And he entered the rift to save his little sister. So he's not a hero. To date, when a normal person enters a new rift, what is the probability of a monster wave occurring? The blonde-haired agent hesitated for a moment, then answered, 99.9%. Hearing those hellish odds, the group fell into despair. At that same moment, Hee-ju was fuming at her subordinate. She snapped in disbelief. Awaken, Dojin has awakened. What the hell are you talking about? Director Lee replied with absolute certainty. He hasn't registered with the Heroes Association yet, but he definitely awakened at the gate last time. Hearing this, Hee-ju became even more furious, cursing, That bastard Kang Chan-hu! What the hell is he doing? None of this would have happened. If you'd just killed that bastard yourself, why make things so complicated? And he already took the money. Director Lee, tell that bastard Kang Chan-hu, if he can't kill that Dojin, he'll have to pay back 10 times the amount he received. I don't think we'll need to contact Kang Chan-hu. What do you mean? Director Lee's face went pale as he said, a new rift just appeared in Mappo at Dojin's house. We've also just confirmed Dojin has entered the rift. This news will soon be released to the media. Hearing this, her mood improved slightly. She mumbled, So? That means we won't have to see that vulgar bastard again, right? Director Lee hesitated. That's right. However, her mood had only improved slightly. She was still furious. In a low voice, Hee-ju ordered, Keep an eye on things until we're certain. Director Lee reluctantly replied, Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, Dojun was inside the rift's dimension. He was standing in a primeval forest, lush with green trees. Dojun could feel the vast, majestic nature all around him. His heart fluttered. I can't believe it. This is Party Susa Forest, where I used to come as a child. The shape of the forest, every branch and blade of grass, and of course the wind. The abundant mana in the air. Even the shape of the sky and clouds is special. Maybe if I go this way. He laughed heartily. Just as I thought, the World Tree, an ancient spirit tree that holds the flow of pure mana. The reason my previous world was destroyed was because this tree was burned down, and the flow of mana was corrupted. I can't believe the World Tree is still safe. I don't know how. But now I can finally regain my former mana. Overjoyed and excited, Dojun sat down to train. He immersed himself in this ultimate training space. Day after day, he meditated in a hollow of the World Tree. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, forgetting to eat or sleep, he was completely focused on his breathing. He continued to train diligently like this. Until one full moon night, Dojun was roused from his frantic training by the presence of a pack of volcano monsters. Dojun looked down at his old enemies, thinking of the debt they owed. The ones who burned the World Tree in the past. They were charging madly towards the World Tree. Out of habit, Dojun glanced at his hip, thinking, it would be better if I had a water element sword. But the pack of volcano monsters wouldn't give him time. Dojun quickly activated his mana, deciding, it doesn't matter, I'll crush every last one of them. Blue mana enveloped his body. He stretched out his hand and released his spiritual mana, attacking the intruders. The volcano hit by Dojun's mana clutched their heads and let out ear-splitting shrieks. Dojun's eyes whitened as he glared at them grimly. Seeing how easily he could annihilate their comrades, the opposing volcano became much more cautious. They didn't dare to recklessly approach Dojun. Releasing condensed mana as a gas and detonating it. This fighting style is pretty inconvenient. It's been a while since I've had to do this. Releasing so much mana at once. They're keeping a safe distance, planning a long-range attack. Through the smoke and dust, a barrage of mana bullets came flying. When the mana bullets were just a few centimeters away, they were neutralized by the mana shield he erected. Doran used mana to levitate his body, muttering, I've confirmed the World Tree is still safe. Now, about the mana in my body. Let's see what I can do with these eyes. With that, he cracked his neck and relaxed, heading towards the volcano. Seeing him get closer, the volcano continued to open their mouths and roar. Without waiting for them to fire mana bullets, he opened his own mouth wide, unleashing all of his mana right into the volcano's maws. Dealing damage from the inside, it caused them to explode. The two unfortunate volcana died in a fiery blast. Where their bodies disintegrated, a magic crystal appeared. Darun walked past the magic crystals, casually muttering, "Confirmation complete. Once I deal with you lot, I'll be able to get the immortal ember right. I remember it has a pretty high drop rate. Let's see how much I can harvest from these things." To get the immortal ember, Doran went on a killing spree, constantly destroying and dodging. After an unknown amount of time, he returned to the hollow of the world tree. Inspecting the fruits of his labor, a sparkling golden seed emerged from the pile of magic crystals. This golden seed was exactly what Doran was after. He picked it up and looked at it, unable to help but think, the immortal ember, huh? I can't believe I got my hands on this again. He crushed the golden seed and a flame erupted in his palm. Intrigued, Doran reached out and poked at the flame playfully. I want to absorb more mana from the world tree, but that's impossible in my current state. The only thing I can do right now is absorb this ember and convert my mana to the fire attribute. After swallowing one immortal ember, he was reminded of his time as the sword god, his heart aching with nostalgia. Back then, I didn't need to absorb this ember, but now it takes a full 10 minutes just to absorb one. Doran rotated his arm, checking to see if there were any changes. He glanced down at the golden seeds at his feet and thought, I should just absorb as many as I can then. In the sky, a giant rift suddenly appeared. Reporters and the media immediately swarmed the area along with the public. Seongu gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath. A single curse. Damn it! He looked up at the scene outside, feeling extremely annoyed. This is all because of that lunatic. What on earth is going on? Hyungu looked at his watch, his tone completely nonchalant. He said he did it to save his sister, but the scene outside is the same as before. Nothing's changed. Sounds pretty noble, doesn't it? He heard a rumor that it's easy to awaken inside a rift, so he just jumped in without a single thought for anyone else. If you want to die, die alone. Why do you have to drag other people into it? Hearing the words from the person next to him, he smiled and asked, and what did the association president say? Seongu seemed annoyed as he replied, the same as always. He just told us to wait. However, he himself was a bit confused. But why? Hyungu speculated in a low voice, it's probably because this time, and rifts appeared simultaneously in the US, China, the UK, Turkey, and Switzerland. There are signs of rifts in several other major countries too. That's probably why the president is so busy. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. But I heard the others got the situation under control right from the start. Seongu gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed deeply. So we're the only ones in trouble. It's all because of that bastard. The first guy who went in there. Just wait until he comes out. I'll smash his face in, you'll see. Outside, the rift was emitting a dark, rumbling sound. The voice of a news anchor could now be heard. It has been 28 days since the new rift appeared. The Hero Association has issued a Level 1 warning for the monster wave. On the screen was the blurred image of a young man. If the first civilian to enter... Hunter S. does not return in the next 2 days. Someone suddenly reached out, grabbing the remote and turning off the TV. Trangseop, with a cigarette in his mouth, mused. You mean to tell me that Seo Jun Punk is this Hunter S. Reincarnated? Director Aeon Gu bowed slightly, the light reflecting off his glasses. Yes, sir, I've had it verified. It is definitely Seo Jun. Director Kim Aeong-ju was Hwang Trangseop's right-hand man. After hearing the news, Trangseop waited a full month before asking, what do you think the chances are that he's coming back alive? He quickly calculated. If he's a civilian, it's a given, about 1%. No, not less than 0.1%. A strange smug smile appeared on Trangseop's lips. A civilian, ridiculous. Hearing his words, the underlings below nodded vigorously. The people at the Hero Association are so clueless. He rested his cheek on his hand, nonchalantly suggesting, what if that guy awakened? Aeon Gu thought quickly and immediately proposed a hypothesis. Even if he did awaken, we'd still need to see what rank he is. Honestly, it's hard to judge. Trangseop sighed, leaning back in his chair. That's true. Being a good fighter doesn't mean you can survive in a rift. His next order made the other man flinch slightly. That Seo Jun guy. He has family, doesn't he, model? Keep them here. This command reminded him of Yoon-jong and her grandmother. What are you planning to do, sir? Seoop just spoke in a low voice, making his decision. For now, just treat them kindly." Then he took off his glasses, his face revealing a dark expression. "If he dies, sell his family's organs. And if he comes back alive, tell them we took care of them, creating a debt." The scene shifts to a large, ancient tree enveloped in a brilliant light. Dojun is currently focusing his mind to strengthen himself. I wonder how much time has passed. In his hand is a thread of pale yellow energy befitting its name, Undying Ember. I've already absorbed hundreds of them. That golden thread of energy quickly swirls in his hand. Now I can use fire-type mana anytime. My fire resistance has also increased dramatically. Dojun's eyes glanced back, remembering his time as the Sword God. If we're only talking about the fire attribute, I'm even stronger than I was at my peak. Back when I was called the Sword God. His hand gently touches the trunk of the tree. His voice echoes slowly in the air. Then and now, sparkling lights from the World Tree. All fall down slowly. Thanks, World Tree. Then Dojun bends down, picks up a few red gems, and puts them in his basket. Slinging the basket over his shoulder, he quietly says goodbye. I may not see you again. However, his eyes shone with resilience and determination. But if you are ever in danger... Finally, Dojun turns his back and walks away with a gentle smile. I will protect you at all costs. The scene quickly shifts to night, with the moon high in the sky. From within the rift, he now gradually emerges. His toes land gently on the ground. Dojun tilts his head back, observing the quiet landscape around him. There's no one within a 1-kilometer radius. Everyone must have evacuated to prepare for the monster wave. As he looks at the row of buildings ahead, a light suddenly flashes. There's a pretty strong aura coming from that direction. Without a second thought, his whole body shot forward like the wind. Very quickly, Dojun appeared behind two people. As he observed them, he silently sized them up. Judging by their uniforms, they seem to be the people from the last gate. If I get caught, I'll be in big trouble. A golden flame from the skill Undying Ember quickly erupts in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Dojun decisively throws it far away. The spark flies across the sky, towards the rooftop of a nearby building. It finally disappears, leaving only a faint speck of light. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocks the heavens. He is stunned, not understanding what is happening. What was that? What was that sound? Seo Wu turns his head towards the sound and light and hurriedly asks, Is that a fire? The two of them quickly head towards the fire in a rush. By the time they arrived, the flames had already engulfed the building. His sharp eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. What is this? Why is there a fire here? Meanwhile, Dojun from a distance was carefully evaluating the effectiveness of his recent move. The targeting accuracy of the fire attribute seems pretty good. He lowers his head and looks at his hand, a sense of longing welling up in his heart. Isn't this the flame you were once so proud of? The memory of your triumphant and confident expression comes to mind. You would definitely be pleased. After all, you were the strongest fire mage on the continent. Yungu's eyes suddenly fly open, his pupils constricting to their limit. Startled, he turns his head back, his brow slightly furrowed. Wait a minute. He looks toward the rift, which is fluctuating. He mutters, There's something strange about the rift. Xiaowu can't help but be puzzled by his words. What do you mean? In an instant, the rift gradually shrinks and then disappears. Meanwhile, the two of them are rushing back to where the rift had appeared. He quickly notices something unusual. Xiaowu's stern face couldn't hide his surprise. What is that? The rift. The rift was left with only a few faint glimmers of light before vanishing. Look, it's disappeared. Dojun slowly walks up the stairs in the silent night. Suddenly, he turns his head, his eyes flashing with a fearsome power and seriousness. Early in the morning, in the city, an urgent news bulletin is broadcast on the LED screen of a company building. Breaking news, the new rift that appeared in Mappo disappeared early this morning. The newscaster continues to report, today marks exactly 29 days since the citizen known as S entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had been preparing to deal with the monster wave, was taken completely by surprise by this strange phenomenon, and is currently investigating the cause. Pedestrians on the street all turn their gazes to the screen, lost in discussion, unaware that the person they were just talking about is right there. At the same time, a mysterious fire broke out in a junkyard near the rift area. They stopped to discuss it together. That guy he disappeared too ever since he went into the rift, right? Serves him right if he's dead. Who in their right mind would rush into a rift the moment it appears? They utter such malicious words. Still, he's a dead man, saying that is a bit too harsh. How can you be so insensitive? If that rift hadn't disappeared, all of Seoul would have become a battlefield. Dojun paused, thinking about the recent news report. If it disappears, does that mean I'll never be able to see the World Tree again? It's a shame, but maybe it's for the best. He looked up at the sun-drenched sky, the bright light shining down. Dojun told himself he had other things to protect now anyway. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an old office building. A quick glance told him it had been abandoned for a long time. In the hallway, two guys were chatting, their cigarette smoke filling the corridor. The scar-faced man smirked as he held his cigarette. That bastard's finally dead. The old woman and that kid will be kicking the bucket soon enough, too. The other guy replied, "You got that right. The boss isn't some nobody. He'll squeeze at least 10 times more out of them." Taking a drag from his cigarette, the scar-faced man continued, "And that's not even counting the old lady. That little girl's gonna grow up to be a real looker. I bet the boss is already thinking of all the ways he can use her." As they were talking, a voice cut in. "Hey." Dojun stepped out of the shadows toward them. "Where's your boss?" he asked. Just then, a car pulled up to the old office, and a man in black shoes stepped out. Jang Seop got out of the car. He arrogantly combed his hair as he walked, a smile spreading across his face as if a huge burden had been lifted. "He's finally dead. Now I can finally sleep in peace." Suddenly, Jang Seop turned and asked, "Hey Hongo, Manager Kim, what's my schedule for today?" The man hurriedly flipped through a notebook. "Sir, you have a lunch meeting with CEO Beach, but your evening is free." At that, he took off his sunglasses, turned back, and gave his orders. "Is that so? Contact Madam Kang and tell her I'll be over tonight. Tell them to prepare some decent new girls." The subordinate understood. "Yes, sir." The two of them started up the old staircase of the office, when suddenly Jang Seop's eyes flew open in shock. He had arrived just in time to see one of his underlings get kicked and sent flying. The man's blood splattered right in front of Jang Seop, leaving him speechless as his man crashed into the distance. Crashing into a pile of tools, the man coughed violently. Dojun stood perfectly still watching him. His voice was like death itself as he commanded Jang Seop, "Aren't you going to crawl over here like a dog?" Hearing his name, his entire body trembled as beads of sweat streamed down his face. Dojun vaulted onto a nearby chair and sat down calmly. He looked down at Jang Seop, who was kneeling on the ground, his voice dripping with venom. "Are you deaf?" Terrified, he could only crawl forward as commanded. Dojun's hair hung low, obscuring his expression. He ordered coldly, "Bark. A scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be called human." Dojun growled, while the other man kept his head bowed low. "Now bark like a dog." Pathetic whimpers filled the room. Terrified Jang Seop opened his mouth wide and started barking, drool flying from his lips. "Woof, woof, woof." His two underlings pressed their faces against the wall. Daring not to help, Jang Seop kept barking relentlessly. Dissatisfied Dojun looked down at him and commanded again, louder. He growled angrily from his chair. "To my face you grovel and act all loyal, like you'd lay down your life for me. But the moment you see an opening, you stab me in the back." Dojun's gaze was lethal. "Jang Seop, do you really think I've never dealt with trash like you before?" Terrified, Jang Seop slammed his head against the floor, begging, "Please, I'm begging you, spare my life. I'll be as loyal as a dog for the rest of my days." Dojun kicked him squarely in the chin. "Shut up." Spitting blood, Jang Seop went flying. Dojun turned his gaze to Lee Hongo. "Hey." Dojun gave him an order. "From now on, you're the boss. Stop bowing your head to a beast like this." He continued, "Overthrowing your superior is no big deal for you people." "Right, I'm giving you permission. Go ahead." Lee Hongo, terrified, pressed his lips together tightly. He bowed his head and politely refused. "Our boss, he has a lot of connections. If I suddenly took over, they'd find it strange." Sweat streamed down his face as he pleaded fearfully, "So please don't do this. Please spare my boss this one time." Dojun shot him a death glare. "How annoying. Aren't you the guys who specialize in stuffing people into oil drums and dumping them at sea or crushing them in a junkyard?" Losing his patience, he said something that terrified them to their core. "Fine then. I'll just throw him into a gate as monster feed." Hearing this, Jang Seop frantically started slamming his head on the floor again, begging, "Please, I'm begging you. Please spare my life. Just let me live. I'll live the rest of my life as your dog." His underlings also began bowing their heads. "We're begging you, please." Dojun considered his face a mask of disgust. Dealing with him now, getting rid of Jang Seop would be cleaner and cause fewer problems down the line. But he sighed, thinking to himself, "Am I getting soft?" He held out his hand as if offering a lifeline. Thinking he'd been forgiven, Jang Seop looked up with a joyful expression. He reached out with a trembling hand to take Dojun's, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry for everything I've done." He was still talking when a bright light erupted from Dojun's hand. "From now on, I'll see you as my master, ah." The moment his hand touched Dojun's, it was engulfed in flames. Jang Seop let out a horrifying scream of agony. In Dojun's eyes, he was just wailing pathetically. He said in a threatening voice, "This is your last chance." Dojun quickly pulled his hand away. Trang Se-om's charred hand dropped to the cold floor. He turned and walked away. Behind him, the man was still screaming in agony. Dojun looked back at Trang Se-om and warned him, "From now on, if my loved ones get so much as a single scratch, every last one of you will die. So you will protect them properly 24 hours a day for the rest of your lives." There were many rumors, and officially Dojun was a person who had vanished along with the rift. Sunlight streamed down right at the entrance of the KFC McDonald's, where Dojun and his little sister were sitting. The little girl was enthusiastically eating a pastry. The government, the Hero Association, and all forms of media had already deemed Dojun dead. A notification popped up on his phone. He was looking at his phone screen, which showed a news report about himself. He mused, staring out the window, his face showing a nonchalant expression. "Even if I said I survived and came back, it would only cause more trouble." He looked at Eunjong, who was puffing her cheeks while biting into her bread, and smiled. "I'll find us a new house soon, so it's better if we just take our time moving out." The little girl happily enjoyed the pastry in her hand, a few crumbs still stuck to her mouth. She looked up and smiled at him. "I'm so happy we're moving soon," Dojun said to her. "Now you can go to preschool like the other kids. Not only that, but next year you'll get to go to school too." Hearing him say that, Eunjong's mood immediately soured, and she wilted. Seeing this, Dojun asked in alarm, "What's wrong? You don't want to go to preschool." The little girl replied sadly, "No, I don't." Eunjong explained the reason, stunning him. "The other kids always tease me because I don't have a mom or dad." Dojun turned away, his lips pressed tightly together. He looked at the little girl and comforted her in a gentle voice. "It's okay. In that case, you don't have to go. You don't have to see those kids at all. You can just go straight to school next year." Hearing his promise, Eunjong's mood brightened again. "Really? So I don't have to go to preschool anymore?" Dojun replied gently. "Don't go," he thought with frustration. "Should I enroll her in a prestigious private school so no one can look down on her?" From inside the hotel, an angry voice rang out. What leaving an old woman and a child at a hotel? Dojun was interrogating Eongu. "Are you guys serious?" Sweating bullets, he explained, "This hotel is under our company's management. In terms of security, Dojun finally had to accept this arrangement. "All right, fine." He opened the door and went inside. Eunjong cried out joyfully, "Brother!" The little girl ran over and hugged him tightly. Dojun's beloved grandmother came and took his hand, overjoyed. "Dojun, you've really come back." Eunjong clung to him, bursting into tears. "Brother! Brother!" Dojun was flustered by the scene. Standing between them, he smiled and replied to his grandmother, "Yes, I'm back now." Eunjong's question pulled him back to the present. "Big brother, are you a hero too?" Hearing the question, Dojun asked, back with interest. "Why? Do you want me to be a hero?" Holding her pastry, the little girl replied, "No, I'd rather you weren't a hero." Dojun was curious about the reason. "Why's that?" The little girl explained hesitantly, "Because heroes have to fight monsters. They're scary and sometimes they die." Eunjong's face was full of sadness. "Our family, Grandma and me, we just want you to live with us for a long, long time." He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Dojun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Eunjong's earnest voice still echoed in his ears. "Big brother, we just want you to live with us for a long, long time." Dojun recalled the horrific scenes from his past. Even in the harsh world of the past, there were people who survived until the very end. He sat on Barski. the corpses of the beasts he had destroyed. Throughout that long period of fighting monsters, I lost so much. He remembered the time Eunjong ran to hug him, but now something precious that I had forgotten has returned to me. He remembered the meals with his sister and grandmother. Dojun was determined to protect them here. I will live to protect this simple happiness. A helicopter flew over the city scouting the situation. At the Korean Hero Association headquarters, the building before them was massive and imposing. Nate Kwang, the founder of the Korean Hero Association and the director of the World Hero Federation. He looked down at the city from above. We really couldn't find anything. The girl beside him answered meekly, "No, sir. At present, we haven't been able to determine anything. I sincerely apologize, sir." Tae Kwang sighed in frustration. This is so annoying. If the rift could suddenly disappear, then it could also suddenly reappear at any time. She glanced at him and answered cautiously, "Yes, having such an unpredictable variable is indeed very dangerous. If it created a monster wave, it might have been easier to handle." His voice was displeased as he warned her, "Watch your mouth." Tae Kwang turned his head and said to her, "Think about the safety of the citizens and be grateful it hasn't gone that far." The girl, knowing she had misspoken, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful with my words next time." He was a powerful man, Tae Kwang, one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. If he ran for president, he would surely win with the highest voter turnout in history. People even said he could easily take down the chaebol corporations if he wanted to. But what he cared about wasn't politics, nor was it power, but only the safety of the people and preparing for the rifts. He gave his instructions and turned to leave. "Take your time, but investigate it again thoroughly," she informed Tae Kwang. "Also, it seems the residents of the house near the rift area have agreed to sell." "I see," he said, his voice softening. "Well then, that's good. He has always prioritized the interests of the people. Remember to pay a price higher than the market value. That way they won't feel like they're being taken advantage of. And if it brings a little comfort to those who have lost loved ones, it's well worth doing." He turned to operate the computer, silently assessing what was on the screen. He looked for a moment, then said to the girl, "It seems this rift appeared simultaneously in other countries too. This isn't normal at all." She asked cautiously, "Weren't the US and China supposed to have already handled it?" He hesitated a bit. "The problem is," he explained grimly, "all the skilled heroes have already been dispatched elsewhere." A notification suddenly appeared on the computer screen. He clicked to view it and immediately became horrified. "No way. What the hell is happening?" Urgent information appeared. The agency has switched to alert status. Breaking news. The World Hero Federation has issued an urgent announcement. A monster wave has appeared from the rift in England. Warning. Warning, warning. Taekwa couldn't believe what he was seeing. The rift in England. Early one morning at a shopping center, people were bustling about their shopping. Dojun, with a bag slung over his shoulder, also blended into the crowd on the street. In front of him was a small shop. He opened the door and walked in. An employee who was greeting customers suddenly froze. "Welk!" Seeing Dojun walk in, he screamed in terror. The employee hurriedly reported to the manager. "Sir, manager, it's him. That's the guy." The manager, hearing this, folded the newspaper he was reading. "So it's this guy, huh?" He stood up from his chair and asked, "Are you the kid? The one who forced a sale of mana crystals while I was away?" Dojun lowered the bag from his shoulder. "Good. I have a lot of mana crystals to sell today, and I need someone with authority to handle it quickly." He threw the bag from his shoulder onto the floor. The man glanced at the bag on the ground, judging it. "Looks like you brought another pile of unprocessed, low-grade stones, just like last time, huh?" With that thought, the manager flatly refused. "I don't do business with you. Please leave." Dojun asked with suspicion. "No business." The man waved his hand, signaling for him to leave, then turned his back and walked away. "It seems you don't understand. That 1% commission fee caused me a huge loss. I'm not doing business with you anymore, so you'd best take your things and go." Dojun smiled, letting out a small sigh. "You're going to regret this." The man stopped walking and said to Dojun, "Talking to you is truly a waste of time. But just so you know, there's a reason even the Gate Center charges a 5% fee. The mana crystal distribution structure isn't as simple as you think." His face darkened as he advised him. "So just give it up, grab your bag, get lost, and don't ever come back." Dojun didn't leave. Instead, he moved his foot towards the bag. Dazzling crystals immediately spilled out onto the floor. The employee and the manager both stared stunned. The glasses he was wearing fell off his eyes wide in disbelief. The manager's heart pounded when he saw them. Wait a minute. Aren't those Hero Mana crystals? Hero Mana crystals. The ones rumored to fetch any price. Why are they here? Dojun crossed his arms looking at them. If you don't want them, I'll go. That crystal with the added blue hue is a Hero Mana crystal created by a drug lord. The infamous drug lord Kiza from Mexico was analyzing mana crystals to create drugs. When its power caused everything around him to shatter, this incredibly powerful crystal activated the latent power within the stone and he awakened as a hero. Since then, this type of stone has become famous as an essential material for awakening and enhancing magic power. The Hero Mana crystal became a highly sought-after item in the world of the superpowered. It was both a rare energy source and a super expensive commodity. Seeing the Hero Mana crystals, the two men stood there stunned, their jaws agape. Dojun put his hands in his pockets and said to them, "Put them away. I'll get lost." The manager saw he was about to leave. He hastily switched to a reverent tone. Valued customer, would you mind waiting for just a moment, please?" That other employee was at the counter using a cloth to wipe each crystal. Dojun was drinking some water. The manager began to speak cautiously. "Sir." He sat opposite him discussing the price. "I think a fee of 0.5% is a bit unreasonable." Dojun, displeased, immediately stood up. "If you don't like it, then forget it." Seeing this, the man quickly explained, No, it's not that I don't like it. I was just curious." He asked carefully, "Why did it change to 0.5%? Dojun replied coldly, "Because I'm annoyed." The manager, realizing he had angered him, quickly bowed his head in apology. "I am truly sorry. I was too rude." He glared at the man with eyes as sharp as knives. "I've heard plenty of apologies. Now, just tell me whether you'll adjust the fee or not." An employee glanced over at him, his heart filled with resentment. What a stubborn bastard. He has absolutely no manners. He had no choice but to accept. Then he went on a long spiel about how magic crystals are rare, so for a major partner he could sell them at cost with no commission. But it's not like you sell hero-grade magic crystals all the time, right? But if you let us handle this sale, we're prepared to offer 10%. After hearing him out, Dojun just cut him off with one line. Too long-winded. He stood up and started to leave. "If you don't like it, then forget it." The manager quickly shouted, 9%. "We're seriously taking a loss to offer you this rate." Dojun replied, "Then don't take a loss." Seeing him still walking away, the man lowered it again. 8%. "If the chairman finds out, he'll kill me." Dojun remained indifferent, answering, "Then don't let him find out." He kept lowering the percentage, trying to keep him there. 7%, "I can't go any lower." Dojun sighed. "Who asked you to concede?" 6%, "I swear there's no profit left. What kind of business sells things without making a profit?" The employee, still polishing a crystal, looked on dejectedly at the two managers kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed. Dojun looked down on him and said, "For old time's sake, I'll grant you 1%. In his mind, the manager was screaming in frustration, but he didn't dare say it out loud. This is broad daylight robbery. Dojun played his final card. "Let me tell you something first." He said something that made both of them stare in astonishment. "I have about 7 more bags just like this one." The manager hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you still standing there for? Bring the contract out here now." The employee quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Dojun walked out of the shop. He stopped to look at his screen, which showed the money he had just received. Stoneman has transferred 67 billion won. Looking at his account, he stared at the screen and thought, at this rate, buying that 1.1 billion won mansion isn't too far off. He pursed his lips, thinking about something. The problem is, to get high-grade crystals, these gates aren't enough. Dojun had an idea. If only I could freely enter and exit the rifts. The manager stepped out and was startled to see him still outside. He looked at Dojun and asked, "What is it? Is that an energy wave?" Dojun ignored him, his eyes glued to his phone. The manager glanced at his screen and understood. I thought it was something big. It was an emergency administrative text. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Energy wave just detected in the Star Forest area. We advise tourists and cultivation personnel to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens. Seeing the message, Dojun fell silent. He calmly looked at the administrative warning message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The message now displayed, Emergency Administrative Message. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just detected an energy wave in the Star Forest area. We advise tourists and staff to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of our citizens. Read more. As he read this, Dojun's eyes flickered slightly. Then he acted as if nothing was wrong, put his phone away, turned around, and left behind only a casual remark. These powerless fools are really... On the bustling street, Dojun walked alone, lost in thought. In the past, no matter where, no matter which association asked, I would have immediately entered the danger zone. His silhouette was firm and resolute. But I don't live like that anymore. Scene change. A barbecue restaurant. Someone is flipping juicy pieces of meat on the grill. On the grill, Yoon Deong now sat to one side, staring intently at the meat and swallowing, her eyes filled with craving, before the little girl's longing gaze. The server continued to flip the meat. Today, Dojun had brought his grandmother and the little girl out for a lavish meal. Dojun's grandmother awkwardly flipped through the menu, wincing at the price of a few pieces of meat costing thousands of won. Dojun, 250,000 won for 100 grams. Isn't that too expensive? Sitting across from her, Dojun took a sip of water and replied, his voice laced with confidence. I earned quite a bit this time. Just eat as much as you like. Don't worry. Eun-deong, paying little attention, saw someone place a piece of meat for her and eagerly popped it into her mouth. The moment it entered, an explosion of flavor erupted on her taste buds. It made Eun-deong's eyes widen in amazement. Her face was filled with pure joy, as if she'd taken a bite of heaven itself. Eun-deong happily exclaimed, It's delicious! Dojun's grandmother sitting beside her looked at the meat, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Dojun noticed her discomfort. He fell silent, his gaze fixed on something. Without hesitation, Dojun immediately called over a nearby waitress. Fresh short ribs, chuck flap, chuck eye roll, and sirloin. I'll take 4 servings of each, please. Seeing his extravagance, Dojun's grandmother asked worriedly, That's so much. How will we finish it all? Why did you order so much? Dojun, picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, smiled reassuringly to comfort her. Today, please, just eat to your heart's content, Grandma. You need to eat a lot too, okay? Unable to stop him, Dojun's grandmother could only sigh helplessly. Eun-deong, sitting beside her, quickly offered a piece of meat to her grandmother's mouth. Oh my goodness! The little girl held the meat in front of her with a cheerful expression. Her voice didn't forget to urge, Grandma, the meat is super delicious. Try it. Hurry! Faced with the little girl's pleading, sparkling eyes, Grandma finally opened her mouth. Her voice didn't forget to chide. Oh, this sweet girl. The moment the meat touched her tongue, Dojun's grandmother's eyes flew open in astonishment as she tried to hide her delight. She just let out a few muffled sounds. After that, the three of them peacefully immersed themselves in the warm meal. But just at that peaceful moment, Jiseon, with her striking long purple hair and long legs, slowly approached. Her slim figure moved gently and gracefully into the restaurant. Her beauty made everyone turn their heads without even thinking. Unsurprisingly, Jiseon called out his name, Hunter Dojun. Dojun, who was eating, immediately turned his head with a look of disbelief. Seeing this, Joseon approached, bowed her head slightly, and asked, Could I speak with you privately for a moment? When she saw him still eating so casually, she felt a bit skeptical. Are you really a hero? Before she could finish, Dojun cut her off in a cold tone. Can't you see I'm eating with my family? His voice was as cold as ice, his sharp gaze showing no respect for Joseon. If you have something to say, wait until I'm finished eating. It was the first time someone had not only refused her, but also looked at her with such contempt. Jujeon immediately froze. With a look of disbelief, she stared down at Dojun and reminded him, I'm Hyun Jujeon. But even though she was a famous S-rank hero, Dojun didn't even look at her, replying with a hint of nonchalance. Is that so? Feeling insulted, Joseon stepped back. She thought with some frustration, what kind of strange man is this? A long time passed in the waiting area. Joseon now sat quietly and properly on the chair. Everyone around couldn't help but turn to look at her as if they'd seen a celebrity. Joseon's aura was so captivating it drew the eyes of all the young men in the restaurant. A nearby girl, watching from afar, blushed with admiration. Suddenly, whispering voices could be heard. "Look, it's really Hyunju-jeon. The S-rank hero the global star is... Is that really her? That's right, she's even in the top 10 most beautiful heroes in the world." Unaware of her surroundings, Joseon sat waiting with a bored expression, her arms crossed seriously. The young men nearby stared at her face for a long while before wondering aloud, "I wonder who she's waiting for. Who would dare make someone like her wait? They must have some nerve." The surrounding chatter only made Joseon's expression grow darker. "That Dojun," she thought resentfully. Joseon now sat silently to the side, watching his back as he enjoyed time with his family. 2 months ago, he entered a gate for the first time and returned safely. That must have been when he awakened his abilities. I heard he died in the New Gate incident in Mappo. Her gaze shifted back to Dojin, who was eating nonchalantly as if nothing had happened. Joseon was suspicious, and yet here he was, sitting so calmly. Her thoughts continued as she recalled his sharp gaze. Joseon felt a slight shiver. Just one look, one sentence from him was enough to make her tense up. But to become an S-rank hero in less than 2 months, the Cabimore Oil Corporation invested a fortune into mining Marding, and it still took them 5 years to produce a single S-rank. Her face was now filled with sheer terror. She silently tried to reassure herself. There's no way he could become S-rank in just a few weeks. He must have some other kind of special ability. Suddenly, the sound of a chair scraping cut through Jujon's thoughts. Eunjong had finished eating and was leaving with her grandmother and Dojun, looking excited. Eunjong smiled brightly and exclaimed, "That was delicious. I'm so full." Jujon, who had been sitting at a distance now, stood up waiting for Dojun to pass. But then, from out of nowhere, the foot of some rude guy appeared and stomped hard on the floor in front of Dojun's family. Seeing this, Dojin frowned, his gaze turning ice cold as it swept over the man. The rude man was Cheon-gu. He looked at Dojun with a provocative expression and said in a slightly mocking tone, "Well, well, it is Dojun, isn't it? I'm not seeing things, am I?" This inside. How the hell did you manage to crawl out of that gate alive?" When Kang Cheon-gu saw that Dojun didn't answer and was even putting on an arrogant air, he got angry and stepped closer. His demeanor was threatening. "I knew you were an insect, but I didn't expect you to be a snake." His appearance startled Joseon, who was standing behind them. She was a bit wary. She thought to herself, why him of all people, and why now? Dojun looked at the man's threatening posture, completely unafraid. With both hands in his pockets, he didn't deign to reply, his attitude one of utter contempt. Not wanting to make a scene, Dojun ignored him and immediately turned his head away to leave. His gaze then shifted to Joseon, standing behind him. "Hey," he said, "didn't you say you had something to talk to me about?" The unexpected question made Cheon-gu turn as well. When he saw Jujon, he was shocked. "Hyun-Jujon, what the—" Dojun continued to treat Cheon-gu as if he were invisible, keeping his eyes on Jujon. "How about this?" he said in a cold voice. "I'll help you with your business. In return, look after my family for a bit." Jujon hesitated. "What specifically?" Dojun immediately glanced behind him, quickly signaling to Joseon. "Just call a taxi and take them home. That's all." He didn't stop continuing to explain, "I have to go on ahead." Joseon silently watched the icy atmosphere before her. At that moment, Dojun's eyes suddenly turned razor sharp. A powerful aura radiated from him as he spoke in a chilling voice. "I have a debt to collect." Seeing Dojun's provocation, Cheon-gu didn't wait, baring his teeth, with a crazed look in his eyes, ready to start the fight. Outside a restaurant under the full moon, Jujon was gently leading Eunjong to a car. She reassured the grandmother, "Don't worry too much. Please get in." The little girl had a worried expression. She glanced at Jujon, who was standing outside waving. "And you too, cutie. Goodbye now." Jujon forced a smile as she watched the car pull away with Eunjong inside. Just then, loud noises erupted from the restaurant. Dojun stared ahead with a cold expression. A large red mark had appeared on Cheon-gu's face, making him furious. He whipped his head around, seething with killing intent, and roared, "You son of a bitch! You want to die?" A trembling employee came out and pleaded, "Sir, please, don't cause trouble in here." Without a second thought, Cheon-gu swung his arm and struck the employee. She cried out in pain as he yelled, "Hey, get the fuck out!" The employee fell to the floor. He growled, "All of you get out." A second later, Cheon-gu looked like he was going insane, straining his neck as he bellowed, "Do you have a death wish? You want to die that badly, you bastard." As he was screaming, a hand shot straight for Cheon-gu's face. The next moment, someone flashed past him in the blink of an eye. Before Cheon-gu could even react, the blow landed. He clutched his face in pain and crumpled to the ground. Dojun turned back, his expression dark, and called out, "Kang Cheon-gu." He then continued to question him. Cheon-gu kept his head down, droplets of blood spattering on the floor. "You locked me inside that damned gate. You left me there to die, didn't you?" Dojun's eyes, filled with killing intent, glared down at him. He asked, "We still haven't cleared the air, have we?" Cheon-gu slowly got to his feet and said mockingly, "What right does a bastard who'd even abandon his own father have to talk? Did that stepmother of yours put you up to killing me?" Dojun calmly took out his phone and pressed the record button. Only after expertly setting it up did he speak again. Cheon-gu's sharp teeth clenched, a bit of smoke escaping his lips as he said, "What the hell are you rambling on about?" Cheon-gu's voice rose, his clenched fist now covered in flames. "What did you say?" he asked. And just like that, he lunged forward with his flaming fist, cursing, "Your mother was a shameless bitch. Go to hell, Seo Dojun." Cheon-gu aimed straight for Dojun and charged. Dojun's eyes wavered for a moment, but at the last second he used his hand to block the fiery punch. A bright light appeared, startling Cheon-gu. His pupils contracted in disbelief as he thought to himself, "My punch, it was deflected." Dojun appeared, his hand outstretched, with a blue aura. The next instant, Cheon-gu's entire body was blown away. Dojun's eyes flashed like lightning as he rushed forward. The surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust from the battle. The employee, huddled in a corner, trembling in fear, muttered, "The police. What was the number again? 1-1. When suddenly the phone was snatched from her hand. Hyun Ju-yeon flashed a brilliant smile, holding up the phone as she explained, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." The employee's body went limp. With teary eyes, she stammered, "Ms. Hyun Ju-yeon, thank you." Meanwhile, Dojun was relentlessly punching Cheon-gu until he drew blood. She approached the out-of-control Dojun, thinking to herself, "Even though Kang Cheon-gu is a B-rank hero, I can't believe he's being so completely overwhelmed." As Ju-yeon walked closer, she wondered, could that man be B-rank or higher? No, he might even be A-rank or above. But even an A-ranker couldn't beat a B-ranker this badly so easily, could they? Her voice made him pause. "Seo Dojun." Ju-yeon hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Be careful, you could actually get yourself killed." Hearing her, Dojun frowned and looked down. He stood up, cracked his wrists, and walked towards Cheon-gu. Ju-yeon watched him with some concern and asked, "How much do you know about Kang Cheon-gu?" He stopped walking, tilted his head, and looked at Ju-yeon with a blank expression. "I think I know a fair amount," he replied. "Why is it that important?" She let out a short breath and said hesitantly, "It's very important." Then Ju-yeon explained, "Because Kang Cheon-gu's cousin is Kang Dong-shik, the S-rank hero." Dojun tilted his head slightly, glancing at her and saying nonchalantly, "I know. Is there a problem?" Ju-yeon looked at his unconcerned demeanor and thought, so he knew from the beginning. And yet he's acting so calm, as if it's nothing to worry about. This man, he's truly reckless. As Cheon-gu lay bruised and unconscious on the ground, her voice echoed, "The reason Kang Cheon-gu has always been so arrogant is because he has Kang Dong-shik backing him up. That's why what you just did, Seo Dojun, was extremely dangerous. I've heard about the feud between you two, but if you think Kang Dong-shik will be sympathetic, you're dead wrong." The corner of Dojun's mouth turned up slightly. Seeing Ju-yeon's skeptical look at his reaction, he asked as he walked closer to her, "Kang Dong-shik, you think I'm afraid of him?" "No, actually, I'm starting to get annoyed." "You know far too much about me." His face darkened, his eyes widening as he stared at her. Across from him, Ju-yeon met his gaze, her lips pressed into a thin line. An intense aura emanated from them both. It was enough to make the employee hiding behind the counter start to cry, thinking, "But you said you'd take care of this." In the end, she was the one who broke the tense standoff. "I apologize for showing up so suddenly. I came because my uncle asked a favor of me. Juyeon's voice was slow and steady. You sold your mana stones to Gossen Stoneman, correct? Sell them to me. A hint of confusion appeared on his handsome face. I'll pay whatever you want. She made a decisively generous offer. I want to buy every single one you have. A smile flickered across Dojun's lips. That's quite a lot. She too revealed a triumphant smile mixed with a hint of something shady. The assets of an S-rank hero are nothing to scoff at. Ignoring Cheon-gu on the floor, he gently made a proposal. Nothing is unsellable, but I have one condition. Juyeon quickly asked, what condition? A shadow passed over his eyes, hinting at a veiled danger. It's nothing big. For someone like you, Hyun Juyeon, it should be simple enough. Suddenly, the scene changed. A wine bottle was slammed onto the floor. Hiju, furious at the news he'd just received, raised his voice. But he's already dead, isn't he? Hearing that he had died in a newly opened rift, she became even more irritable and threw another bottle past her director. The director, a bit flustered, tried to choose his words carefully. I'm sorry, but the Hero Association has confirmed his death. But she didn't seem to think that was reasonable. Stop making excuses. So what are you gonna do now, huh? He scratched his head and answered hesitantly, But... First, I have something to report. His voice was steady but with a slight tremor as he announced, Kang Cheon-woo was killed in an act of revenge by Seo Dojun. Hiju's eyes immediately widened, not understanding the problem. Kang Cheon-woo, what's the big deal about that lunatic? But his next words struck Hiju like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps Seo Dojun already knows something. A bead of sweat silently rolled down her cheek. She looked away, carefully calculating. If the bosses or my husband's spies were to hear about this, it would be a real problem. But as long as it's handled cleanly, it should be fine. But if the media finds out, the corporation's stock will plummet. Hiju turned her head and pointed, ordering the director, you have to stop that from happening. Call the press. Tell them if they dare publish this story, not only T Group, but W Group as well. We'll pull all advertising and never work with them again. And the police, too. Shut them up immediately. He replied cautiously and respectfully. The police and the media. I've already taken care of it, ma'am. After a tense moment, Hiju let out a weary sigh. Well done, Director Lee. He timidly lowered his head and whispered softly to her. But as you know... That's not a fundamental solution to the problem, is it? Which is why I have new information to report. The director's update made her eyes widen instantly. Kang Cheon-woo's cousin is Kang Dong-gu. An astonished look remained on Hiju's beautiful face. Kang Dong-gu. Is he the one I'm thinking of? She was now recalling the man he had just mentioned. That Kang Cheon-woo was infamous for being the scum of the hero world. On the surface, Deong-pyo would sit at the same table with the guy. Drink cheerfully. Everyone thought Kang Dong-gu cared deeply for him. However, he was just using this so-called brother of his. He was actually just using Cheon-yu to do his dirty work for him. The director didn't forget to add a little more information. That I've just investigated. If Cheon-yu gets exposed by the police and the press, Kang Dong-gu won't be safe either. I believe the other side has already made their move. She leaned forward slightly, her voice laced with caution. We should meet him. Arrange a meeting as soon as possible. The director quickly accepted the order. Yes, I'll do it right away. Pausing for a moment, Hiju gave another order. And Director Hwang Chang-seop of HCS Guild. He betrayed us, didn't he? The man cooperated and reported the results truthfully. Yes, he's currently taking care of Dojun's family. Her face instantly darkened. She ordered in a hoarse voice, Contact prosecutor. Park now. He dares betray me and side with them. He will pay the price. The scene shifts to a party preparing to enter a dungeon. Currently, South Korea has a total of 37 rift zones and security personnel. We're strictly checking the identities of the participating party members. 5 of the locations are transforming into space gates. For the rest, only heroes affiliated with the Hero Association are allowed to enter and hunt monsters. A male employee held out a yellow card. Hero Hyun Ju-yeon's identity has been verified. Have a safe expedition, he said coolly. Immediately after the entire party proceeded inside, Dojun, walking behind, silently observed the area. There's only one entrance. They know full well that she's Hyun Ju-yeon, yet they're still so strict with the inspection. Jinju is an A-rank hero. The guild master of the Carnation Guild spoke sarcastically. You were the one who suggested hunting in this area first. How strange. Juyan subtly rolled her eyes, trying to hide her true intentions. I just came because I was free. She glanced back toward the end of her formation, where he was slowly following the group. Back then, Dojun had made a rather peculiar request. There's only one condition. If you let me into the Rift Zone, I'll sell all the mana crystals I get to you at market price. The reason was that hunting here was a faster way to make money. As she walked, Joyan couldn't stop thinking about what happened. Just for that reason, he dares to step into this dangerous area. He's really insane. Ahead was the exit with sunlight and a lush green meadow. Even without my uncle's request, I still need hero-grade mana crystals, so I don't see any problem with this. She calmly walked forward in silence, but Inju, looking excited, started prying. Tell me the truth. Who is that guy? She replied, sounding annoyed and weary. Just an acquaintance. Her tone was playful and gossipy. Just an acquaintance? You expect me to believe that sis? He's a boyfriend candidate, isn't he? However, Juyan firmly denied her friend's notion. No, it's not like that. I just owed him a favor, so I brought him along to repay it. Inju's voice rose slightly with curiosity. A favor? The S-rank hero, Hyun Juyan, owes someone a favor. Dojun remained silent behind them as the party chatted. It's a long story. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, making everyone in the party pause. He, of course, felt it too. The entire team immediately went into a combat stance. A giant bird of prey swooped down out of nowhere with extreme aggression. Inju's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe the sudden attack. It's a cockatrice. As the party leader, she quickly issued combat orders. Inju and Juyan take defensive positions. Seon-ho block its legs. Suddenly, a black shadow shot forward. Model. He didn't say a word. He just decisively rushed towards that monstrous bird. Juyan's entire team stared, jaws dropped in amazement, watching Dojun as his hand clenched into a fist enveloped in a surge of power. Someone screamed involuntarily, "Damn it! We ran into trouble the second we stepped through the gate." As the giant monster bird swooped down, everyone had quickly gotten into a defensive stance. And now at last, Joseon turned back, her face grim. She quickly shouted, Inju and I will immediately get on the defensive. Seonhu, you charge for its legs. In the blink of an eye, Dojun had shot forward like an arrow, much to the bewilderment of everyone present. Instantly, dirt and rocks flew into the air along with a cloud of white smoke. It didn't take much time or effort for Dojun to stand before the giant monster bird. A brightly burning ball of fire was now in his hand, his face growing more and more grim. The cockatrice didn't even have time to react to this. Dojun took down his opponent with a powerful punch, sending it flying backward. Immediately after, he landed safely. Amidst a scene of swirling dust and smoke, the spectacle left Jueon completely dumbfounded. She could only stare at him with a look of disbelief. Now Dojun stood calmly before the heavily injured body of the giant monster bird. Though it lay paralyzed on the ground, its eyes were still wide open in terror. The scene before him left Seonhu stunned. He stammered out in confusion, "What the hell?" It died in just one hit. Before the words even left his mouth, Dojun raised his foot. His voice echoed everywhere. "Not yet." He then decisively stomped right on the giant monster bird's head, without a shred of mercy. His voice also grew colder. "Now, it's over." Dojun's actions shocked everyone present even more. They couldn't stop staring at him with suspicion. Suddenly, Inju turned to Yoseon with a pleading look. She stammered, asking, "Who is that person?" After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously replied, "He's just someone stronger than average." Hearing this, the other woman lost her cool. She shook Joseon's body violently and questioned loudly, "What? How can you say that so calmly?" Taking down a cockatrice with a single blow. Just how many heroes are strong enough to do that? Faced with this behavior, she calmly adjusted her glasses and said in a composed voice, "If it's just about taking it down, the guild leader could do it too." At this, Inju was even more astonished. She questioned incessantly, "You're comparing them. Did you see what I saw?" That was a mid-air battle. It was hit right in front of us with no time to even dodge and then taken down on the spot. With a single strike. These words struck Jueon like a bolt of lightning. A moment later, her eyes were filled with terror. That monster bird. Just like that. As her gaze fell upon Dojun's silhouette, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. And that man, just who in the world is he? Suddenly, Joseon cleared her throat. Juyeon, I think we need to change our plan. She continued to make her decision amidst the astonished gazes of those around her. I'm going to head a little deeper into the central area. Suddenly, Dojin, who was butchering the cockatrice, spoke up. He didn't hesitate to emphasize his point to the bewildered Joseon. I have no intention of sharing the spoils with someone who didn't contribute anything. Dojun took out something red. He gently placed it in his bag and said calmly, and I have no intention of begging, just so you know. Hearing these somewhat arrogant words, Yuyeon spoke up judgmentally. Your skill level doesn't seem to fit in a place like this. Are you planning on going deeper? Hearing this, the corners of Dojin's mouth involuntarily lifted into a perfect smirk. He looked up at her, his voice laced with amusement. Interesting. Before Dojin could even react, Joseon had already turned to leave. She casually made a request. I'll take the lead. Let me lead. If you don't want to get lost, stick close to me. In a flash, she had leaped away from the spot, leaving him alone in a cloud of dust. Joseon glided forward as if flying, while Dojin just stood there stunned. Watching the figure of the girl receding into the distance, he then got into a ready stance as well. Not long after, only Inju's group was left. Watching their fading figures, Inju's voice rang out. If Juyeon is a bullet, then that guy is a blinding flash of light. The person next to her quickly responded, Guild leader, aren't we going to follow them? Hearing that, she asked back, and you think you can keep up? The other person answered in a helpless voice, Of course not. I'm at a complete loss. The voices of two people echoed through the green forest. Well, looks like today I'm a side character as always. Just gotta go around and farm experience points. Yes. The others rushed over to Kokachian's corpse with curious looks on their faces the moment they saw its mangled state. Someone suddenly thought, everyone keeps praising us as A-rank heroes. The owner of that thought was none other than Inju. Right now, her face was filled with nothing but fear. But compared to an S rank, we're pathetically weak. Jujan felt the same. Those thoughts swirled relentlessly in her mind. Elsewhere, Jujan was running forward as fast as she could. Suddenly, she glanced back over her shoulder. Seeing the empty space behind her, she felt safe and wondered if she should slow down a bit. Suddenly, Dojin's familiar voice rang out. Can't you go any faster? Just then, Jujan lost her footing and fell. She let out a terrified scream, her face a mask of pure fear as a thought suddenly flooded her mind. What the hell? He caught up to me. Speed is supposed to be my specialty. I'm ranked number 2 in Korea. Suddenly, Dojun stopped in his tracks. He casually turned back to mock her. You're a lot slower than I imagined. You were running like you were desperately trying to shake someone off. Hearing this, Jujeon refused to back down, retorting, Who said I was trying to shake anyone off? However, she was panting heavily. Before them now stood a towering mountain. Suddenly, Dojin spoke softly, Hey, what's that place over there? Hearing him, Jujeon's gaze became firmer than ever. She cleared her throat and said, That place. She emphasized, looking at the scene before them, is where the SS rank monster, the spatial rift beast, lives. Jujeon didn't hesitate to add a warning. Right. Have you ever heard of KSR Asian? It's a giant 20-meter-tall beast that looks like a flying lizard. Don't be a fool and charge in. It takes at least 3 S-rank heroes just to have a chance of taking it down. Hearing this, Dojun looked thrilled and asked back, That thing holds an imagination-grade monostone, right? Right after she replied, That's right. It's just 1 rank below an ultimate monostone. Are you even listening to me? Before Jujun could say another word, his feet had already moved forward. Witnessing this action, she blurted out in horror, Don't tell me you're planning on capturing it. However, Dojin didn't answer her. He shot forward like an arrow. The sight left Jujeon frozen in place as she thought to herself, her face pale with fear. I didn't bring you here to pull some reckless stunt like that. Oh my God, what is he thinking? As soon as she snapped out of it, she hurriedly chased after him. Her piercing scream echoed everywhere. Hey, stop right there. In the forest, all that could be seen was the two of them chasing each other, relentlessly kicking up a constant cloud of dust from the ground. Night quickly fell over the entire area, plunging it into an eerie silence. Jujin's eyes were wide with terror as a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What the hell? Right then, the image of Kokachian's defeat flashed through Jujeon's mind once more. This caused her to fall deep into thought. is going on? Meanwhile, Dojin was continuously searching for sharp swords. Suddenly, Jujeon turned around, her face filled with determination. KSR Asian is an unbelievably terrifying monster. And that's not all. In her mind, she saw the figure of Haejun Park Heejul. He stood there powerfully built, an S-rank hero, famous for his KSR Asian hunts. He advanced without a hint of hesitation. Aggressively, even on his first hunt leading 30 A-rank heroes, Haejun fearlessly confronted KSR Asian. In the end, every single A-rank hero died. Only Park Heejul returned alive, and just barely. His entire body was covered in bulging veins, his face showing signs of utter exhaustion. After that, Park Heejul. But Haejun still radiated an imposing aura. He gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes to get his revenge. Images of the intense battle began to surface in Jujeon's mind. Back then, several blue tentacles had shot out. They unhesitatingly wrapped tightly around their opponent, holding them fast. Seizing this chance, Haejun and his comrades charged in to attack. In the blink of an eye, a moment later, the monster before them let out an agonized howl as the scene slowly faded to black. The monster began to disintegrate. This sight thrilled Haejun and the others present. They roared with joy. They had finally defeated KSR Asian. The sky returned to its usual clear blue, but nearly all the forces involved had perished. Back in the present, Dojin slowly stood up. Mighty Zilder Sweet Life, founded by Park Heejul. It's been 3 years since that battle, and he still hasn't regained his strength. He suddenly looked toward Jujeon with a sharp gaze. However, the next question left her so confused, she was stunned. She knew perfectly well she hadn't contributed anything right, faced with this question. Yuseon couldn't help but feel skeptical. She thought to herself, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed the sight of Dojin taking down that giant monster. The image of him defeating Xion, that infamous monster, flashed through her mind again. Just thinking about it, Yuseon's face grew even more horrified. To be taken down by this man in a single blow. In Dojin's hand was now a red item. He calmly gazed at it with a thoughtful expression. Dojin quickly put it in his bag and spoke slowly. I guess I don't need anyone to guide me anymore. Right after that, he started to walk away. To Yuseon's astonishment, I'll be acting on my own. Suddenly she spoke up. Aren't you going to take Kession's other parts? Besides the Mana Stone, there are also its claws. They're all valuable materials for research. Hearing this, Dojin's footsteps halted. He turned back, his voice laced with indifference. I don't need them. Yuseon didn't know how to respond. She just stood there frozen. Before Juseon could react, Dojin had already turned his back and walked away. He only left her with these words. I'd rather hunt another monster's Mana Stone than waste time on that. Take them if you want. Consider it a guide fee. Just then she noticed something nearby. A moment later she finally replied, I don't need it. Twilight quickly enveloped the entire area. Yujung's backpack lay quietly on the ground. Surrounding it was Inju's group staring at it intently in silence. Suddenly the young man with pink hair spoke up. He borrowed that huge backpack. And came back with it completely full of Mana Stones. Can you believe it? As soon as he finished, someone else replied, that amount of Mana Stones. It would probably take our entire guild 20 hours of hunting to get that much. Looking closely, you'd probably have to grind for 3 days straight to get this much. That much. Meanwhile, Juseon sat quietly to the side listening to the whole conversation. Just who in the world is this person? At that moment, a sudden thought completely consumed her. Not only is he fast, but he gathers so many. Inju's face momentarily filled with absolute fear. If what Juseon said is true, then he alone with no special equipment and no combat armor was still able to defeat Kasayan. What she was seeing now was the image of Dojin standing majestically on a high cliff. That alone was enough to call him the strongest hero in Korea, perhaps even the strongest in the world. Suddenly, Inju turned around, a look of pure astonishment on her face. Dojin had returned. To everyone's amazement, he was carrying 2 more backpacks with him. He nonchalantly dropped the backpacks to the ground. As Dojin slowly rummaged through one, people around him started murmuring, Good Lord, he brought back another full backpack. If I told anyone about this today, no one would believe me, would they? They'd just think I was crazy. The owners of those voices were the black-haired girl and the pink-haired young man standing nearby. Let's be clear, We can't breathe a word of this to anyone. Who would believe it, even if we did? You're probably right. Suddenly, someone noticed Yuseon and Dojun standing there talking about something. Under the suspicious gazes of the others, they began to gossip nonstop. Hey, are those two dating? Probably. When Hyun Juseon brought him here, I already thought something was off. It takes a man like that not to be overshadowed when standing next to Hyun Juseon. As soon as he finished, the other person replied, "They do look good together. You can tell right away they're a talented man and a beautiful woman." Inju was lost in her own thoughts, a contemplative look on her face. Wait a minute. It doesn't really look like a budding romance. Meanwhile, Yuseon and Dojun were still talking. That guy isn't treating Juseon gently at all. I can't believe someone would dare to treat her like that. The moment he handed her the backpack, those present gasped in surprise. Hey! The sight of Dojun turning his back to leave stunned Inju, and she couldn't stop wondering out loud. What's this? He's just leaving, without even a goodbye. Meanwhile, Juseon just mumbled something non-committally, but it didn't stop there. Inju sidled up next to her and asked, "And those other backpacks, did he just leave them all here?" Only then did Juseon clear her throat slightly. I told him that if the story about him defeating Xion got out, he'd become famous instantly. Her words made the other person even more astonished. But he just waved his hand, said it was a hassle, and left it all for me to handle. She couldn't stop judging him. Does a person like that really exist in this world? However, Juseon remained silent, her expression darkening. A thought quickly flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush slightly. Yeah, a person like that really does exist in this world. The light of a new day shone across the modern city. On a gleaming glass window were the embossed words of a fitness training center. Inside, a punching bag was being hit repeatedly. 3 non-stop hits. Haezion let out a roar, pouring all his strength into the final punch. The punching bag was torn to shreds. His eyes were filled with a mixture of rage and frustration. Haezion stared ahead, a dissatisfied sound escaping his lips. Damn it. Look at me now. What a pathetic state for Parker Hezel, an S-rank hero and the guild master of Gilder. Sweet Life affiliated with the Korean Hero Association. His subordinate put on a confident smile to reassure him. Please calm down, Guildmaster. You know what they say. The longer a frog crouches, the higher it will jump. The man continued to flatter Ha-Izion to the high heavens. The more you endure these difficult days, sir, the more legendary your fame will become. Taking a towel to wipe away his sweat, he silently agreed. Yes, that's it. I'll make all those who scorned me regret it. The man bowed low and continued with his honeyed words. Precisely. Little by little, everything you have accumulated will turn into power and then erupt with incredible force. The subordinate's next words made him swallow. When that time comes, everyone will have to bow down and submit at your feet. The man clearly knew how to appeal to his arrogant master. Besides, when it comes to dealing with KS, Ian, who could possibly understand him better than you, sir? The man handed over a bottle of water with a fawning smile. In the future, you, sir, will go down in history as the hero who conquered the Kokuseochin with the smallest team in the world. The association might even grant you the exclusive mining rights for the Kokuseochin, sir. Ha-Ezion took the water bottle, not bothering to refuse the compliments. He's right. He quickly recovered his good mood and answered with confidence. No one knows that monster better than I do. He glanced at the framed photograph and his award on the desk. He grew quiet for a moment. But, compared to 3 years ago, Gilder's strength has fallen to a pathetic level. Still, Ha-Ezion glanced at his subordinate with a smile. The only one who can take down that monster bird is still me. Isn't that right? Hearing this, the subordinate laid on the praise even thicker. Of course, who else could possibly do it besides you, Guildmaster? Their laughter echoed throughout the training room. The scene changes to a personal information file for Seo Dojun. Diangpo raises an eyebrow, looking at the paper with curiosity. Seo Dojun, huh? So it's this bastard. Kang Dongpil, S-rank, Hero Association, cousin of Kang Cheon-woo. His subordinate bowed his head slightly and reported in a respectful tone. Yes. A few months ago, Hero Kang Cheon-woo attempted to eliminate him by throwing him into a spatial gate. This seemed to surprise him, and he asked, and he didn't die from that. Instead, he awakened his abilities in there. The man replied cautiously, Yes, sir. That's correct. Diangpo ordered his subordinate to continue. Go on. The subordinate leaned forward and presented the information he had investigated. The client this time is Hong Hee-ju, a director at T Group. She is also the second daughter of the chairman of VK Group. His eyes remained fixed on the profile. He asked casually, a lady as filthy rich as her is involved with that guy. Everything has a reason, and the problem lies with his identity. I'm told Seo Dojin is the illegitimate child of the T Group chairman brought into the main house when he was 7 years old. But 6 years ago, after Hong Hee-ju gave birth to her son, he was kicked out. A contemptuous and slightly smug smile formed on Diangpo's lips. He's his own flesh and blood, yet that tycoon was so ruthless. He leisurely stood up from his chair and asked, so, how much did Qianwu get for that job? The subordinate answered quietly and slowly, 30 billion. His tone held a hint of contempt for his cousin. Is that all? Diangpo reached for a golf club and said, but the guy was taken care of, wasn't he? His subordinate obediently replied, yes. The official report said it was just an assault. But in reality, he suffered third-degree burns all over his body, and his eyes were destroyed. He's practically a living corpse. He calmly positioned the club in front of the golf ball, remarking nonchalantly, how dreadful. With a single gentle swing, Diangpo perfectly sent the ball into the hole. His expression suddenly turned dangerous and cruel. If it had been me, I would have chopped off his limbs and crushed his skull. His subordinate continued with his report, and apparently, his next words made Diangpo flinch and miss his shot. Hyunjun helped Seo Dojun at that time. The ball rolled right past the hole. He stomped aggressively over to his subordinate, his voice filled with shock. Hyunjun, why would she help that bastard? What is her relationship with him? Frightened, the subordinate's voice was timid and trembling. That's not entirely clear. We only know that the case was settled peacefully thanks to Hyunjun's testimony. Diangpo didn't waste any words. He immediately grabbed the man by the collar and shouted, investigate the real relationship between those two right now. If they aren't blood relatives, then there was definitely some kind of deal made between them. Find out what it was. The panicked subordinate scrambled towards the door. Yes, sir, I'll look into it immediately. His brow was deeply furrowed in annoyance. The golf club in his hand was bent out of shape from his grip. Diangpo clicked his tongue and slammed the club onto the floor. He pressed his lips into a thin line, a sense of unease rising within him. Hong Hee-ju's people will definitely be coming for me soon. He wanted me to do a job that Cheon Il-young couldn't finish. After calming himself down, he finally let out a sigh. All right, fine. A greedy and cunning expression was now on Diangpo's face. For the daughter of a tycoon, money shouldn't be an issue. Night fell quickly. The moon was already high in the sky. Dojun walked leisurely down the deserted road, seemingly deep in thought about something. Just as I predicted, hunting in the fissure is much more effective than in the gate. His footsteps echoed on the quiet road, adding to the desolate feeling. Looks like I'll have to rely on Hyun Jujen to guide me many more times. Dojun recalled the words Jujen had told him back then. If you sell the Orc Chieftain's magic stone, people will start asking who caught it and what your abilities are. Then the press will hound you day and night. It'll be a noisy mess. It's best to just hold on to it for now. She closed her eyes, slightly curious herself about what he planned to do. If your goal is to become famous, I'm not interested. But what are you planning to do? He suddenly placed the backpack in her hands. A confident smile slowly formed on Dojun's lips. I'll find another way to get in and out of the fissure. His footsteps stopped in front of a long, dark hallway. I should rest for now. The new house prepared by Huang Chang Seop was pretty nice. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. But a cold glint appeared in Dojun's eyes. Looking at the pile of neatly arranged shoes by the door, he couldn't help but wonder, whose shoes are these? Just then, a sweet voice called out from inside the house. Brother! Right in front of him was a group of dangerous-looking men, dressed in black. Cheon Il-young glanced over. Dojun remained silent, but Yoon-jong seemed panicked and rushed to hug him tightly. Brother! Dojun didn't let his guard down for a second and immediately demanded, Who are you people? A man suddenly cut him off. You're Seo Dojun, right? With a cold expression, the man asked dryly, I am Prosecutor Park Cheon-dong from the local prosecutor's office. You know Huang Chang Seop, don't you? He didn't answer, carefully shielding the young girl behind him. Then the man nonchalantly made a firm declaration. You are under emergency arrest on suspicion of participating in the illegal activities of loan sharking by HCS Capital, the company headed by Mr. Huang. He turned to look at her, his gaze sharp and terrifying, and said, "What would happen if I killed Hong Hee-ju?" A tall, imposing building stood majestically under the gentle golden sunlight. In front of it was a stone plaque engraved with the name of the prosecutor's office, filled with a sense of justice and authority. Carrying the full weight of the law, Dojin was sitting in an interrogation room, his hands cuffed to the sides of his chair. His eyes darted to one side as if something had caught his attention. The legs of a man in black trousers and leather shoes walked down the hallway. The man's voice rang out. Yes, Director Lee, don't worry. Both Huang Chang Seop and Seo Dojin are being very cooperative. Cheon Il-young held his phone to his ear with one hand while opening a door with the other. Thank you for your concern regarding my daughter's study abroad trip. He looked ahead at a man sitting in front of a computer watching the camera feed of Dojin in the interrogation room through a clear glass window. He continued his conversation with the person on the phone. Please send my regards to Director Hong. Dojun sat on the chair, his hands limp, coming into the man's view. The reason I became a prosecutor, he said with a smirk, resting one hand on the table, is precisely to eliminate trash like them from this society. A stack of documents was slammed onto the table. Cheon Il-young, sitting with his legs crossed, held up two of the documents. What the hell have you been doing all this time, huh? Just the number of charges listed here is enough to put you in prison for 15 years. He held up a document for him to see. Huang Chang Seop's side has provided more than enough evidence against you. Dojun's expression didn't change. He remained calm and stern. Seeing this, Cheon Il-young lost his patience and yelled in anger, "Look at those defiant eyes. You think I'm making this up?" The man's face suddenly froze when he heard Dojun say, "Isn't this just a game orchestrated by that crazy bitch Hong Hee-ju?" He looked at him, completely bewildered. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. He asked, Who is Hong Hee-ju? He wasn't worried at all. He thought to himself, judging by the situation, Huang Chang Seop's faction must have been completely crushed. I was originally planning to cooperate quietly, to let things go smoothly, but at this point, just then, the man took a step forward and spoke. I don't know where you heard that. Cheon Il-young's face darkened, his expression menacing as he stared at Dojun. But do you think being a prosecutor in Korea is some kind of joke? Your life is over. You bastard. Dojun's face darkened as his pupils glowed gold, glaring back at the man threateningly. Cheon Il-young's face was suddenly filled with fear, losing all of its previous bravado. He stood stunned, looking down at him in disbelief. His voice trembled as he gritted his teeth. He raised a hand, losing all reason, his voice sharp. You son of a bitch. Besides. Suddenly, someone's voice called out, stopping the man in his tracks. His raised hand froze midair. A man holding documents opened the door, calling out, Prosecutor Park! Could you step outside for a moment? A piercing scream suddenly echoed through the quiet hallway. What? Cheon Il-young stared at the document and said, Is it possible the machine is broken? The other person immediately refuted, No, sir, I've already checked it. There's nothing wrong with the machine. His hand tightened on the document, wrinkling it. His voice filled with suspicion, he said, The hero scanner is reporting him as a normal person. What? That's impossible. That's Seo Dojin we're talking about. The man's face was worried as he spoke softly. I'm not sure why either, sir. Could the information about his awakening be wrong? Cheol Eong's face darkened as he thought, but that information was from the T Corporation. They can't be wrong. And besides, he even knew Hong Huiju's name. Just who is he? Dojun was still sitting in the interrogation room, looking down at the document. The lamp's light shone down on him, his face showing a hint of anger as he thought to himself, Now I get it. This is why people call Korean prosecutors bastards. What if I just break down all the doors? The door suddenly opened while he was still thinking, and run away somewhere far away, with her and Nayeong. Yozeon walked in and asked, What are you doing here? He sighed in frustration and answered her, I don't even know myself. She put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and advised him, Don't do anything rash. I know you're in shock, but using force will only make things worse. He looked at her and asked, So, are you going to help me? She crossed her arms, replying reluctantly, It's not exactly about helping. Then she spoke with a sense of justice. Now that I'm sure you're innocent, I can't just ignore it. If I didn't know, that would be one thing. But now that it's clear an innocent person is being framed, I can't stay silent. He smiled. So that's how it is. She walked closer to him and said, The Hero Association will step in to investigate. They're looking into the illegal use of heroes and the Mapo spatial rift at your house. He asked, What about my family? She put one hand on her hip, looking annoyed. I'm your secretary, you know. Why should I have to worry about your family matters too? He glared at her. She didn't dare meet his eyes and looked away. She turned and replied, Your family is safe, so don't worry. His expression softened into a relieved smile. Thank you. I'll definitely repay this debt. Her cheeks flushed pink. She glanced back at him and urged, Anyway, just try to hang in there a little longer, okay? I'll try to resolve this as quickly as possible. Outside the building, the sunlight was still soft. Hyun Zuzen didn't choose to directly clear Do Jun's name. She exposed Prosecutor Park Cheol-dong's bribery and illegal lobbying, which got him fired. A car sped down the highway. A fair investigation later confirmed that Do Jun was completely uninvolved in the incident. Zuzen focused on driving while Do Jun looked out the window with his arms crossed. I couldn't avoid punishment for the illegal use of heroes, but thanks to Hyun Zuzen's fierce defense, the sentence was just probation. A sound came from the tablet integrated into the car. A previously unseen monster has just attacked civilians in England. It resembles a praying mantis, is about 1.5 meters tall, has 4 eyes, and possesses an extremely powerful jumping ability. He said nonchalantly, It's a Makaseoshin. She turned to look at him, completely startled. Wait a second. How do you know its name right now? Only the association knows the name of this new monster species. He didn't answer and looked out the car window, reminiscing. A monster's name isn't just made up on the spot. A large red mana stone was placed on some kind of device. Around it were connections to many energy chains. A mana stone not only contains energy, but it also stores all available information about its species. Analyzing a mana stone reveals the monster's name and data. An image of the beautiful Earth appeared. On modern Earth, we use science. An image of a destroyed planet appeared. There was nothing left but debris. But in that ruined world, it was done with magic. A vibrant red mana stone appeared along with a terrifying praying mantis-like monster. Therefore, if a monster appeared in both worlds, it was highly likely that Do Jun already knew its name. He crossed his arms and said calmly, Dealing with a Makaseoshin is simple. You just need to use red fire ant extract. She asked doubtfully, Red fire ant? He looked at her and answered her question. They're harmless to humans, but are an extremely potent paralyzing poison to the Makaseoshin. One spray and it won't be able to resist anymore. Her expression grew serious and she said nothing. A moment later, she asked him suspiciously, Do Jun, who are you really? He didn't answer. The car continued to speed down the highway. She shot him a look, but he acted like he couldn't hear her and remained silent. Frustrated, she asked him angrily, Are you even listening to me? His face darkened as he suddenly spoke up. What would happen if I killed Hong Hyeju? In another place, a furious woman named Ki Yu sat in her office biting her nails. Her face was a mask of anxiety and a hint of fear as she chewed on her nails nonstop. A bodyguard stood at attention, looking at her with concern, holding a document behind his back with both hands. He spoke softly, This is the situation, ma'am. Biting her nails anxiously, she spoke with a hint of anger. Hyunju Yeon, why is it her? The bodyguard, holding the document with one hand, held out his other hand as he tried to explain. It's still unclear. No one knows what their relationship with Do Jun is or why they know each other. Her face twisted with malice, radiating a murderous aura. Her long nail broke from the constant biting. She hissed, That bitch Hyunju Yeon, what the hell is going on? Ki-yu stood up and slammed both hands on the table. She demanded, And what's this about Do Jun not being a hero? You told me he already awakened. A murderous aura radiated from her. The bodyguard's voice trembled as he said, We aren't sure about that either, but it does seem that he has truly awakened, ma'am. But it's possible he possesses some kind of ability. One strong enough to fool the hero detection devices. That's just my speculation, though. Her eyes widened with cruelty. She pointed a finger and then screamed, "Contact Kang Dong Pil right now. Forget the 20 billion, tell him I'll pay 30 billion. Get it done immediately." Duck Young Pyo's voice dripped with sarcasm. "I'm not doing it. 30 billion is chump change. It's gotta be double to be worth it." The man standing straight behind him spoke up. "Double, sir, isn't that a bit much?" Duck Young Pyo raised a finger. "You don't get it at all." He propped his feet up on the desk. "When it comes to Hong Haiju, I'm the only choice. Besides, after the job is done, 60 billion is nothing to her." His expression darkened, his pupils glowing a malevolent red as he smiled. "And now Hyunju Yon is involved. If I have to face an S-class, that price is more than reasonable." The man looked wary and a little worried as he spoke. "Hyunju Yon, she is definitely a dangerous opponent." His boss suddenly slammed a foot down on the desk, startling the man. Filled with fear and apprehension, he watched as Deok Youngpyo radiated a threatening, murderous aura. Annoyed, Deok Youngpyo said to him, "Hey, you idiot! You think all S-class heroes are the same A-punk like Hyunju Yon? I could take care of her in 20 minutes tops." The man's face went pale with fear as he replied, "Yes, sir." Then his boss's expression suddenly changed. The threatening anger was gone, replaced by a gentle smile as he asked, "Has the association responded yet?" The man replied as an image of expensive wine bottles chilling in an ice bucket appeared. "The thing is, by me, they said they can't increase the payment because of the financial situation in England." The man continued answering, watching his boss's back as he walked toward the window. The association also publicly announced that they'll be carefully selecting which heroes to dispatch. He cursed in frustration and said, "Damn it, they're playing so tough I can't even say the pay's too low to bother going." He turned his head back to look at the man and spoke. "The real gangsters are the ones in the association. When are we departing?" The man quickly replied, "The flight is in 3 days, sir." Under a clear blue sky, a voiceover explained, "They've arranged for him to fly with the Japanese hero team." He looked out the window at the sight of an airplane flying through the sky, and the city with its tall skyscrapers. "Ah, Japan, huh? Speaking of which, I was planning on meeting Tatsuya anyway." With his hands in his pockets, he said softly, "Vacation is a new monster. No one has found its weakness yet." The cityscape was beautiful and modern. "If I discover its weakness, my value will skyrocket." Blinding purple lightning flashed across the sky. With the constant thunder. Cambridge, England. Citizens were running in panic below as a flying monster looked down and gave chase. The monster had a long neck with pincers on both sides. Its eyes glowed yellow as it looked down at the armed figures standing defiantly blocking its path. They looked up at the monster, their faces full of worry and fear. The monster suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Then it charged forward to attack. Its scythe-like limb came down powerfully toward them. They quickly scattered to dodge the monster's attack as the scythe crashed down heavily. It shattered the paving stones. Several people with swords leaped up to attack the monster, while another on the ground launched a magic attack towards it. The monster's head was quickly severed from its body by the attacks. Its head flew into the air, separating from its enormous body. The body was now headless. It collapsed powerlessly onto the stone courtyard. They looked at the monster's corpse lying on the ground, wearily wiping away their sweat. A woman with platinum blonde hair turned her head to look. Puzzled, 2 more monsters identical to the first one also let out piercing shrieks. A terrifying, blood-curdling aura radiated from them. The woman's eyes widened in fear, caught completely off guard. She watched it attack her. The purple lightning never stopped flashing, even more intensely within the dark storm clouds as blood splattered. The bell tower. 3 giant monsters were ravaging the city, demolishing buildings and starting fires everywhere. England's heroes were giving their all to halt the monsters' advance and their push to the south. But with no clear information on the enemy, they were completely helpless. The monsters continued to move toward the cities ahead. The lights in the buildings were still on. And now that the Cambridge front line had just collapsed, the capital, London, was less than 60 kilometers away. The thick smoke and dust made it nearly impossible to see. The monster's eyes began to glow yellow again, clearly visible through the smoky haze. Its yellow eyes stared forward. Suddenly the golden light faded and they turned gray. That monster collapsed, startling the others, which shrieked in alarm. Then, one by one, they began to fall, all life draining from them. An airplane flew overhead, shining a light down. Dojun, Young Pyo, and 2 others stared down, their faces filled with shock and astonishment. One person spoke up. "Oh my God, so it was true!" The woman's face was still frozen in disbelief. While others started praising her, Hyun Jujeon was right. The red flower ant extract really works. Even the Macassians couldn't stand it. "She's just so amazing." Kang Dong-sik's face darkened with envy as he thought, "There's no way. Does she really have that kind of skill? What the hell is going on?" She smiled, looked back, and said, "All right, let's move in and finish this." The 2 behind her replied, "Yes, ma'am." Jujeon smiled, sword in hand, and jumped from the helicopter with her 2 companions. A few hours later, a plane landed. Inside the building, reporters were waiting by the door, cameras in hand. Young journalists, some holding mics, others with cameras and camcorders. Wow, the press is out in full force. A young man spoke up. "Well, of course, it's Hyun Jujeon after all." Another man with glasses smiled and replied, "No doubt about it. She was the MVP of the mission in England. She was the one who found the Macassians' weakness, becoming a true hero. She pulled England out of despair. Of course, she's a hero. I heard the British royal family is going to knight Hyun Jujeon." The young man's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Look, there she is." A pair of legs stepped out. It was Jujeon, looking cheerful, pulling a purple suitcase behind her. Kang Dong-sik followed. Flashes from the cameras started going off as the reporters began shouting their questions. Her face stiffened in confusion. "Ms. Hyun Jujeon, please look this way for a moment. How did you discover the Macassians' weakness?" Kang Dong-sik's face broke into a smile, hearing the question. "Mr. Kang Dong-sik, a few words please. We heard you're the one who eliminated the most Macassians in this campaign." A smiling Kang Dong-sik answering the interview was shown on a large screen in the city. A contingent of 200 people, including the hero Hyun Jujeon, has returned today. As is widely known, it was the extraordinary efforts of the Korean heroes that saved England. The key to exterminating the Macassians was dispersing the red flower ant extract. Out in the open, Dojun, wearing a hood, glanced up at the news screen. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk. Meanwhile, the man being interviewed was still laughing and talking cheerfully. Suddenly, Dojun's eyes turned cold. A single thought flashed through his mind, Kang Dong-sik. At a certain luxurious cafe, Jujeon placed some shopping bags on the table and said politely, "These are gifts." Dojun, holding a glass of water, was surprised. "Gifts?" She happily pointed to each bag. "This one is a gift for your grandmother and Yu Yeon. And this one is for you, Dojun." He took his gift bag and opened it right away, which annoyed Jujun. "You could have waited until you got home to open it. Why the rush to open it here?" Dojun looked at the stylish suit in his hands and remarked, "This looks expensive." She picked up her glass of water and explained calmly, "Consider it me repaying you for your help. Thanks to you, I was knighted." Jujeon continued, "Compared to the help I received, this gift is nothing. If you need it, I'll even buy you a car." He put the suit back, his expression calm, and replied, "I'll let you know when I need one. Besides, I received help too." She looked at him with a serious expression. "If I were to ask how you knew the Macassians' weakness, you probably wouldn't answer, would you?" Dojun replied nonchalantly. "Is there any reason I have to?" Hearing this, Jujeon could only sigh helplessly. The warm yellow light of the cafe shone softly. She thought, what are his plans now? I don't expect him to say something like world peace or whatever. But if he's planning to target Hong Hee-ju or Kang Dong-sik, that's going to be a problem. I have to find a way to stop him. He slowly opened his mouth. For now. Dojun tilted his head, looking incredibly serious. I need to buy a house first. Her face went blank at his words. Jujun asked in astonishment, You mean you're renting right now? Dojun was silent, not knowing what to say. The scene changes. Late at night, somewhere the sounds of laughter and playful splashing echo from a luxurious villa where attractive women are enjoying themselves at the pool. Kang Dong-sik was soaking in the pool, his arms around two beautiful women. His expression was dark as he thought, Hyun Jujeon. For some reason, she seems so different lately. It's one thing that she knew the Macassians' weakness, but she's deliberately hiding how she found out. And as for the Macassians, well, let's not even talk about that. But what about Dojun? Jujeon was relaxing leisurely. She crossed her arms and asked back, "What do you mean?" Kang Dong-sik listed things out. "You even helped get that bastard out despite having to beat up a prosecutor to do it. You even said you saw him use Qianwu as a target board." Jujeon took off her eye mask, annoyed, and explained Kang Qianwu was the one who started it. Besides, the assassination attempt through the gate already failed. What else is there? In that fight, Kang Qianwu picked the fight first. He laughed contemptuously. "Hey, that bastard Qianwu was greedy and did something stupid. He deserved to die. But still, he was my cousin. In short, I have a legitimate reason to get revenge on Dojun." Her eyes shot him a cold, warning glare. Kang Dong-sik was a little intimidated by Jujeon's stare. She lay back down, turning away from him, and said nonchalantly, "Do whatever you want. I don't plan on getting involved." He was surprised by her action, thinking to himself, "And here I thought there was something serious going on between you two." Jujeon covered her eyes with the mask again, revealing no emotion whatsoever. "But I have no reason to get involved." Back in the present, Jong Pyo thought, as he poured a drink. "No reason. I already made myself perfectly clear." He sipped his drink with a serious expression. "There's definitely something off about Dojun." London Surbiton, United Kingdom. This area has become a wasteland. After the monster attack, the British Hero Association is trying to send as many heroes as possible into the rift to collect mana crystals before the second wave begins. The bearded man standing guard complained, "It's a real shame. If we had the essence of a red flower ant, even D-rankers like us could take them down. Maka already owns it." The man next to him agreed, "Yeah, that's right. If we had managed to stop the wave from the beginning, this area would have become a lucrative mine for mana crystals. Once a wave appears, the rift can't be successfully converted anymore." The man continued, "I heard the second time it won't be a Michael Sheehan, but some other creature." The bearded man replied, "Yeah, that's what's so scary. We have no idea what's going to pop out. An entire country was once wiped out because of something like this." With that, the man turned his head to look at the rift. His teammate beside him asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" The man replied, "No. I just feel like someone's coming out." The person next to him tried to calm him down. "The team that just went in is coming out already. It's only been 5 hours. Snap out of it and focus on your watch. Some greedy commoners are bound to come sniffing around for mana crystals." Suddenly, flashes of lightning appeared from within the rift. The guard from before turned to look with a shocked expression. His teammate beside him was just as stunned. A muscular man with an incredibly dark and terrifying aura emerged from the rift. He looked down from on high, his pupils emitting a frightening purple light. The two guards were terrified by the man's appearance. He was no hero. His clothes, his scars, nothing was right. "Quick, protect the headquarters." Before they could send a report, he extended his metal arm, creating a green circle, leaving the two men bewildered. As he was lifted into the air by those green circles, the guard cried out in a panic, "Whoa, what is this?" The man paid them no mind, walking brazenly past them. "Damn it." The furious guard spun around and threw a dagger at him. The man didn't even flinch, letting a magic circle block the barrage of daggers, causing them to immediately change direction. He muttered one word, "Pathetic." Then the man suddenly clenched his fist. The two guards screamed in agony as if they were being crushed. He gently stretched out his hand, his fingers twitching slightly. Purple lightning sparked, and from within it, a phone gradually materialized. The screen was still displaying the number 19.26%. On the crimson screen, 19.26 was clearly visible. The man wondered, 15 years have passed according to the time here, and it hasn't even reached 20% yet. He walked past the two guards, muttering to himself, "Don't tell me it was a failure. I went to all the trouble of attacking to create this spatial rift after all. First, I need to increase the mana density." One of the two guards weakly asked, "What are you?" But the man turned and spoke first, brutally attacking the guard as he did. The man, his face as terrifying as a demon's, coldly continued, "First, I must purge these insect-like weaklings." In this opening scene, a place haunted by the appearance of monsters. Seoul, South Korea. Beneath a clear blue sky, Do-jun appeared calm, yet every footstep sent a tremor through the hearts of men. As sunlight draped over his shoulders and the wind blew past, no one knew where he came from or where he was headed. They only knew his presence silenced everything. Suddenly, a series of strange noises nearby caught his attention. Something was hurtling towards Do-jun at incredible speed. From the bowels of the earth, a giant monster emerged, its roar tearing through the air. It opened its horrifying maw, ready to crush anyone who dared stand in its way. But this time, the prey before it would not be an easy meal. An entire horde of monsters appeared at once, but amidst the chaos, only one man stood his ground. Do-jun didn't retreat, nor did he need to hide, because from this moment on, the one being hunted would no longer be human. He bent down, his gaze fixed on the deep darkness below, on what awaited him there. With just a light touch, the earth trembled, his supreme power warping the very ground. After a moment, he calmly made an assessment. 26 of them within a 100-meter radius. Jun smirked. A fireball erupted from his palm, its roiling heat threatening to incinerate the very sky. Let's see how many survive this. Blazing red light shot through the fissures, channeling immense fire into the deep pit. Do-jun calmly tucked his hands into his pockets. His expression didn't waver in the slightest. An instant later, the ground shook. A deafening explosion roared as a blinding light consumed everything. A blast of power and screaming flames shot toward the heavens. A crimson pillar pierced the clouds, tearing through the air as if to set the sky itself ablaze. Right after witnessing that display, Do-jun, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. What in the world was that? For a split second, he broke into a self-satisfied smile. The scene transitions. In the heart of a bustling metropolis, a towering skyscraper looms, like a symbol of power and the secrets hidden within. An older man with a calm demeanor took a sip of coffee. All right, so what kind of person is he? Then light glinted off the subordinate's sunglasses. He spoke in a very serious tone. He's a truly difficult young man to approach. A few others beside him nodded quietly in agreement. He confirmed to me that he is in fact a hero. Min Hong-ki, the vice president of the Korean Hero Association, didn't stop there. He continued to dig deeper, looking at his assistant with curiosity. I heard the hero stat measuring device couldn't get a reading on him. Is that correct? Ian-gu casually straightened a stack of documents on the table and nodded slightly. Yes, I received no response at all. A middle-aged man in a black suit, his face scrunched in anger, suddenly shouted, "What an insolent brat! If he's a member of the association, he should give a straight answer." That man is Park Sung-cheol, the vice president of the Korean Hero Association. The air was incredibly tense. The person smiling beside him gave a subtle signal. What else is there? He urged his assistant once more. Did you find anything else? Ian-gu held up 2 pages covered in text. He shook his head. Not much, but there are a few details. And then he slowly began to reveal a terrible secret. Behind the scenes after Do-jun, he said, it all started with the dark conspiracy of the hero Kang Tae-on. A ghostly aura flared from Do-jun's hand as he raised his head in defiance. Ready to face the giant monster's descending blow, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. His hand burst into brilliant flames as Do-jun clenched his fist. Spiritual energy surged as if wanting to incinerate every enemy before him. Ian-gu continued. Seo Do-jun died in a battle at a dimensional gate and awakened his powers. The monster's entire body was crushed, its flesh and blood exploding into pieces. A world-shaking explosion echoed the aftershock, blasting dust and bone fragments across the sky. After that, he got his revenge on Kang Tae-on, and then single-handedly dealt with the new rift in Mappo. The battlefield trembled, red flames soaring high as Do-jun's figure charged like a storm, sweeping away all obstacles. Ian-gu's face was serious as he read to the end. Seo Do-jun possesses overwhelming power. Tae-gwa crossed his arms, thinking, a wild horse, truly hard to tame, but a prized one. The monster's body exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Tae-gwa still had something on his mind. He requested to be certified as a hero, saying he has a sponsor. Who in the association is it? Ian-gu's face darkened as he replied in the heavy atmosphere, it's Hyun Sueun, the S-rank hero, sir. Tae-gwa and Sung-chol were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as flames erupted violently. Do-jun stepped out, a provocative smirk on his lips. Amidst the reflection of a gleaming gold card, his cold face was clearly visible. Do-jun froze, staring at the gold card, the 8th person on the list of S-rank heroes of Korea. The giant monster's mangled corpse lay on the ground, its toxic blood pooling in streaks. Thanks to this, I'm allowed to hunt monsters freely inside the rifts. Not bad, huh? Taegua's lips twisted into a ferocious, almost crazed smile, as if everything was going according to his calculations. In the quiet meeting room after that laugh, he let out a sigh. He looked at his two colleagues across from him, showing his admiration. This kid's really got guts. Yes, his actions are truly beyond those of an ordinary person. However, the atmosphere was suddenly shattered by an anxious shout. Sung Chul slammed the table and shot to his feet, sweat rolling down his forehead, his sharp voice echoing. What he dared to enter a level 2 rift alone, without any teammates or a support party. That guy must be insane. Taegua's eyes were quiet and deep. He only responded with a heavy silence. Eongu frowned slightly, his sharp gaze weighing every word before he spoke. Sung Chul froze, sweat trickling down his forehead, and let out a strained, tense laugh. He seemed flustered, and to end the discussion, he hastily shouted, trying to justify his thoughts. Vice Chairman, if that CO Dojun guy makes it back alive, announce his identity and promote him heavily. He's the 8th S-rank hero of Korea, after all. After he finished speaking, Vice Chairman Sung Chul frowned and fell back into silence. Yeon-gu, looking doubtful, furrowed his brow and asked back, still showing hesitation about the potential consequences. But that might be something he doesn't want. Shouldn't we ask for his opinion first? That remark was immediately shot down by an irritated Sung Chul. Hey, Vice Chairman Min, what are you talking about? In these unstable times, if we announce there's another S-rank hero, the public will feel more secure, won't they? All eyes in the meeting room turned towards the one with the highest authority. Chairman Taewa, what do you think, sir? A calm, steady voice spoke up. I have heard both of your opinions clearly. His face showed no hesitation, his eyes resolute. I will go and meet him myself. The scene switches back to the main character. Dojun delivered a lightning kick, his body hurtling straight into the giant monster. The impact shattered the ground and sent the monster's body flying backward. Amidst fierce roars, he charged straight into the horde of monsters, their hideous mouths wide open. His eyes were calm, his hand open as if preparing to unleash a technique. Dojun's gaze was incredibly sharp. As he raised his hand, spiritual energy gathered, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, making the monsters tremble. He summoned his firepower. A raging fire erupted from his hand, gathering into a destructive force, ready to descend upon the monsters. The flames exploded violently, slicing through the monster's body. Dojun landed heavily on the ground, dust kicking up from the aftershock. His arm was still wreathed in flames from the attack he just unleashed. With a cold gaze, his entire body emanated an oppressive aura. A deafening explosion filled the space, the scene becoming nothing but the chaos of fire and smoke. The monster's body shook violently before shattering into pieces. Dojun stood defiantly on the monster's corpse, which had been completely incinerated. The last embers still flickered around his arm. Against the vast blue sky, his silhouette was that of a majestic and cold ruler. The flames on his hand slowly died down. He let out a soft sigh. Dojun looked up at the sky and thought to himself, just as I expected, the mana consumption is no small matter. I need to get myself a weapon, and fast. A blue and white building that didn't touch the ground, built on sturdy concrete walls, appeared under the sun. A sign read, Gasan Hero Complex. Not far ahead, a warm brown weapon crafting shop sat at an angle, contrasting with the cool tones of the complex. Inside the shop, a sturdy young blacksmith sat at the counter, glued to his phone screen. A gold-plated shop bell, with a sword-shaped clapper, jingled to announce a customer. The door opened. Dojun stood there, hands in his pockets. A crude bag as long as his body was slung over his shoulder. The blacksmith, showing no sign of welcome, spoke in a completely robotic tone. Give me the name of the person who made the reservation. Dojun walked over and placed the heavy bag on the table. Even so, the guy did not bother to look up. He politely stated his request. I want to use this to make a weapon. The blacksmith, determined not to look away from his screen, just raised an eyebrow and bluntly refused. If you don't have a reservation, I can't help you. Go find another place. Facing the young blacksmith's indifferent attitude, Hung Jun began to lose his patience. His face darkened, his eyes as sharp as daggers. He growled, I heard many places are so full, they aren't even taking new orders. By the way, you're the one who answered the phone, right? He was completely absorbed in his game at the moment. Glancing at Dojun, he couldn't hide his annoyance. Damn it, I told him we were fully booked. We don't have any openings. Go somewhere else. All the blacksmiths in this area are skilled. Dojun grabbed the young blacksmith by the collar and lifted him off his seat, veins bulging on his hand. The young man yelled in shock. Are you nuts? What do you think you're doing? Dojun glared at him. Are you the owner? Panicked, the boy corrected him. I'm the owner's son. Dojun advanced on him, radiating a chilling aura as he stared him down and commanded, Get your father out here. Right now. I came all this way because I heard this place was the best. The young blacksmith reluctantly turned, shooting him a strange look. He called out loudly, Dad, there's a customer here to see you. An old man in sandals clacked his way out. Despite his age, his body was still toned. Drenched in sweat, he adjusted his hat strap and asked, Who sent you here? The man was Treo Kwan, a craftsman who forged equipment for heroes. Dojun answered flatly, Hyun Duzen. Hearing that name, the faces of the blacksmith and his son turned pale with a mixture of awe and fear. Treo Kwan asked again, Did Joseon really send you? Dojun didn't answer. He calmly unzipped his tool bag and pulled out 2 long, pointed pieces of raw material with a golden brown sheen. Recognizing what they were, Treo Kwan was once again shocked. He stepped closer, taking the 2 items in his hands. Examining them closely, he stammered, This is... The young blacksmith, now curious, peered over. Dad, what are those? Each was longer than 2 of his hands. He regained his composure, but his voice still betrayed a bit of surprise at such a rare find. The fangs of a giant black serpent. It's been a very long time since I've seen something like this. Dojin gave him more detailed instructions. Forge me a single serviceable sword. However, make it as long as you possibly can. The old man paused for a moment. Long you say? You must not know. With a non-metallic material like this, if you try to stretch it out, the durability will drop sharply. Dojun crossed his arms, listening with an assessing gaze. The old man then offered an alternative. I will make 2 medium-sized swords for you. But Dojun was incredibly stubborn. He'd cause trouble if he didn't get his way. So you're admitting you're not skilled enough. Fuse them together and make 1 long sword. I need a long one. And, while you're at it, maximize its mana absorption ability as much as possible. The young blacksmith exploded in anger, shouting, Hey you! I can't stand listening to this anymore. What do you mean he's not skilled enough? My father can craft even normal weapons with a mana absorption rate of level 3 or higher. Dojun suddenly went quiet. He took an impressive-looking finished sword from the rack. Holding the blade by both ends, he mused, This looks to be about level 5, right? As he said this, Dojin's veiny hands tightened their grip on the blade. A magical light erupted from his hand so bright it lit up the whole shop and made the young blacksmith, who stood a few feet away, stumble back half a step. In the next instant, to the father and son's stunned disbelief, he cleanly crushed the sword into scrap metal. In a flash, the sword in his hands had shattered. Large and small fragments scattered everywhere. The pieces of metal fell to the floor. The father and son stared in shock at the wreckage. Dojun dropped the last piece he was holding, his other fist still tightly clenched. In a cold, menacing voice, he said, If you're planning on making trash like this, you'd be better off declaring your retirement right now. The air around them suddenly felt fiery hot. The young blacksmith was frozen with fear. Treo Kwan was fuming, but didn't dare say a word, afraid that one punch would be the end of him. At the edge of a sun-drenched, verdant forest by a lake where flowers bloomed among the leaves, all seemed peaceful. But a giant monster began to stir, baring its fangs and growling, a source of impending destruction. Its single central eye was shut tight. It suddenly snapped open, its blood-red pupil flashing with a chilling light. The massive, oversized body awakened in the heart of nature. Hunching its back, it slammed each foot down, shaking the very ground. It threw its head back and let out a roar that seemed to reach the clouds. Just then, Dojun arrived with a calm demeanor, stepping 1 foot into the shallow water. He found the roar incredibly annoying, as noisy as always. With a flick of his hand, a flame ignited at his chest. His gaze was already locked onto his target. Dojun shot forward like the wind dodging a heaven-shaking stomp from the monster. The monster froze, staring at the strange object hurtling towards it, unsure if it was a demon or a man. From above, Dojun leaned his body. Gathering momentum for his flaming hand, With a decisive palm strike that tore through the air, he plunged his hand deep into its shoulder. The monster opened its maw and let out a roar of agony. It frantically ripped a tree trunk from the ground to use as a weapon. Bulging green veins covered its arm, but before it could even use the tree, Dojin flew in, nimbly slicing off both the top and the bottom. The uprooted stump lay on the ground. He had dealt with the monster's weapon. Then his sharp, fiery eyes turned to the main target. The monster had almost no advantage. His swift movements were just fast enough that the monster could only react with stunned horror. Without wasting a second, Dojun swung his hand, slashing its other shoulder, before circling behind it with a handful of fiery magic. And yet the fight was not over. The monster possessed a healing ability. A therapeutic light began to glow, gradually knitting the torn flesh and skin back together. Its muscular body fully recovered. It stubbornly bared its fangs and glared again. Unfortunately for it, Dojin didn't hesitate. From behind it, he kicked off and flew forward. With just a light touch, a searing wave of fire transferred from his hand to the monster's flesh. The immense power charred it black. Taking the full force of the flaming sword, the monster let out a final primal scream as the decisive blow sent its head flying from its neck. He channeled the wind into a powerful slash, bringing the dramatic battle to a close. The monster collapsed with an earth-shattering thud as Dojun got to his feet. Gazing at the smoldering flames, he broke into a sweat. Maintaining the magic sword for that long really is exhausting. He bent down, took off his shoulder bag, and pulled out a glass mug with a handle. Dojun opened the lid, pressed the mug into the slain monster's body, and scooped up a cup of blood. He silently praised himself. And it's because of this that I managed to defeat that clover. It was late when Dojun returned, but the lights in the weapon shop were still on. He pushed the mug of blood toward the young blacksmith. The boy was bewildered. What is this? Do, Jun answered flatly. Give it to your father. This will make it easier to fuse the two fangs of the black serpent together. The young blacksmith stared at the crimson liquid, completely unsettled, and kept calling after Dojun's retreating figure. What is that stuff? Hey, you have to tell me what it is. The nightly skyscrapers glowed under the familiar streetlights. Dojun finally left the shop, stopping on the sidewalk. His hand unconsciously tightened the strap on his bag as he thought to himself, I have all the basic materials, but to increase the mana absorption rate, I'm going to need that. To find it, there's only one place on Earth, Boracay. It's a 12-hour trip from here, a famous resort destination. The surrounding pools cooled the air. The early morning here was both relaxing and bustling. A phone on the edge of the pool vibrated with an incoming call. The screen read Dojun. Juzan, who was soaking in the pool, walked over and gently picked up. A voice spoke from the other end. Whatever was said was so shocking, Juzan had to push her sunglasses onto her forehead and ask again, Boracay. In the pool below, people were splashing around and having fun. On the shore, Joseon and Inju were lounging on chairs enjoying their day off. Joseon's cold eyes watched her from behind a pair of glasses as she asked, The council decided to send heroes to Boracay. Sipping her drink, Inju replied, Yeah, I heard both the Boracay government and the council have already given up. Now they're planning to lock down the entire fissure zone. Inju, wearing a low-cut black bikini that showed off her sultry, voluptuous figure, gently removed her glasses, tilted her head, and smiled. Even though the monsters there are much more aggressive, we can mine a ton of mana crystals in return. Plus, the pay from the association is decent, so our guild decided to join in. You should go and bring him with you. Joseon probed, trying to find out who she meant. You mean the 8th rank 5, the one who's been making a name for himself lately, right? She replied, I'm not really sure. Joseon raised her voice, annoyed. What do you mean, not sure? I heard you two are getting pretty close. Inju quickly denied it. What? No, that's not true at all. Oh, so cute. I personally saw you two hunting a cockatrice together, you know. Joseon's face turned beet red as she stammered, Well, I know about that. Fine, I'll go. Inju threw her arms out excitedly, cooing sweetly. Yay, thank you so much. Suddenly, Joseon stammered, cutting her off, but I'm not even sure myself if he'll agree to come. Elsewhere, beads of sweat trickled down Chio Guan's tense cheeks. His voice was filled with fear. Wait a second. How in the world did he find this? A perfect fusion like this. It doesn't even look like metal, but it's forged as if it were a single block. Who would have ever thought clover blood could be used like this? Du-jun stood with his arms crossed, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Chiao-guan, holding the wooden model, reluctantly conceded. All right, fine. I'll take the commission. At maximum length, it can reach up to 180 centimeters. He added his instructions. Forge it as a two-handed sword, but design the hilt so it can be wielded with one hand. About 5 kilograms should do it. What's with that twisted expression on his face under that hat? He's suddenly speaking so respectfully, and here I thought he was supposed to be some insolent old coot. So he does have some manners. Or maybe this weapon is just that important to him. The shop owner examined the wooden model in his hand. It was rough and surprisingly heavy. Still, 5 kilograms is pretty heavy for wielding with one hand. It's not like I'm only going to swing it a couple of times, he said. It's fine, just do it. How long will it take? Chiao-guan replied, at least 1 month. The mana absorption rate could even reach level 7. He thought to himself, level 7, huh? I wonder if it can handle my full power. Just as I expected, I'll have to use it. He then said aloud, for now, just focus on forging the frame. Du-jun said quietly, as for increasing the mana absorption rate, wait until I've brought you the material. The old man's pupils contracted with worry. Don't tell me. He's actually going to get that ingredient. A few days later, a luxury car was parked in front of a parking sign. He stood by the car, his face full of gratitude. Thanks. I'll put it to good use. Joseon smiled in reply. It's nothing. Besides, do I look like I'm hurting for money? Why did you only dare to ask for something worth a mere 1 billion? Du-jun smiled and replied, this much is perfectly reasonable. That left her a bit speechless. John stood there dumbfounded. Du-jun stared blankly as he peeked around, inspecting the car. She was a little curious. What's going on with the Hero Association? Du-jun replied, they were planning to reveal my identity. I demanded they pay a fair price. She was stunned. A fair price, but Chairman Nate Huang always puts the greater good first. So it seems. But the negotiations failed. She shouted in frustration, can you just try to live a decent life for once? I'm your sponsor, you know. Please, just think about me for a change. His only reply was the harsh slam of the car door. John got in, opened her door, and sat right in the passenger seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and said softly, the association is swamped with deploying troops to the fissure zone over at Bordalo. Once things calm down, I'll arrange for you to speak with the chairman again. Dojin's voice was filled with confusion. Bordalo Jian's arm lightly brushed against his. Yeah, that's right. They said they're going to completely lock down a section of the area. The distance between them grew smaller, creating a suggestive, intimate atmosphere. Dojun looked into John's eyes and asked, are you going too? Her face flushed red with shyness. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, making Jian feel both tense and flustered. She turned to answer, of course I am. Why do you ask? With his handsome face and charming voice, Dojun said, because I want to go with you. Those words made Jian's heart race, her cheeks turning a rosy pink from embarrassment. Elsewhere, Hiju's face was pale with fear as she trembled. She asked Jongpyo, what you're demanding more money? The corner of his lip curled up. This isn't the time to be pinching pennies, Director Hong. She shouted in anger, I already gave you a 30 billion advance. You want more money? When are you even going to start the job? I should have just hired someone else. Jongpyo simply replied, and who else would even take this job? She scoffed. There's no shortage of killers in this world who do it for the right price without batting an eye. He smirked and sighed, his eyes mocking Hiju. But Director, you really are poorly informed. How about I give you some information for free? Why? Seo Dojin, he's in S rank. The 8th S rank hero in Korea. Hiju's face contorted, sweat breaking out on her cheeks as she screamed, that bastard is an S rank. Are you kidding me? He chuckled. Oh, you don't believe me? I had to pay good money for that information, you know. If you don't believe me, you can just sit there and wait for him to kill you. He slowly strode towards the door as her voice called out after him. Wait, what is Seo Dojin really in S rank? If that's true, then I can't control him. I'll give you more money, so you have to take care of him. A sinister smile spread across Jongpyo's face. It's not just about the money. If we were to become business partners in the future, that would be even better. Hiju seemed to lose control at the information he provided. She screamed, "Whatever you want! Just make sure he dies." Suddenly, Jongpyo's phone rang. Hiju felt a sense of unease. He pressed his lips together silently, reading the notification. Then Jongpyo spoke up. "It seems fate is on your side, Director Hong." Hiju looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" The corner of his mouth twitched up as he held his phone out towards her. A golden opportunity to deal with Seo Dojin has just appeared. In the business class cabin of the plane, John sat with an extremely calm and chic posture. Eager comments from netizens started popping up. Hero Association's most elite squad, the Level 5 forces under the direct command of the Hero Association. Level 5 S ranks dispatched to Bordello, the largest overseas troop deployment in history. Kang Dongbek and Haiju have also joined. The Bordello campaign officially enters its next phase. Stage 5 Separation. The arrogant-looking Kang Seo-ho sat calmly with his arms crossed. Choigan Sungo heard Kang Seo-ho is going to Bordello too. Busan Psycho. By himself. Kang Seo-ho carried his entire guild to the #1 spot man. Dan Bitguardian. He sniffs out money like a hound dog. Bordello must be paying a ton. Meanwhile, a fit Hey John was lifting weights in business class. Kim Chak. I bet old man Heiju is only going for the money too. JD_Haiju93. All 9 of his guilds have gone bankrupt. He's short on cash. John's delicate face was turned observing the situation outside. She had no idea that the internet was buzzing with praise for her. Hero Heiji A507. Hyunju is going too. She's basically the nation's hero now. She's earned the right to do whatever she wants. No one Gangnam super idiot. When the tide rises, you gotta ride the wave, duh. Kao Trangjan. OMG Hyunju is so freaking sexy. IMAT99. Is this insider info for real? Just one mid-rank core is enough to change your life. Du Eungbyo turned with a blank expression to look at Dojin, who was slurping his noodles. The comments continued to pour in Ubangi. Who the heck is this Seo Dojun guy? The social media storm grew with curiosity. Assassin Super. He's a rookie. The Bordello battle is probably his debut. Dahazo Gasser. Oh, he's super young. They're probably forcing him to go get experience. I'm curious what his real skills are. So Gangs TT. Well, if he's level 5, he's gotta be somewhat decent, right? The plane took off soaring through the sky. Each person's eyes held their own distinct thoughts. Kang Soho's face was calm while Heijun's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. While Juseon kept a serious expression, Do Woongbi was staring wide-eyed at Dojun, who was chewing with his cheeks puffed out under his dark hood. The plane was slowly descending towards Brazil. Amidst the bustling scenery of countless skyscrapers in Brazil, the camera pans quickly to a modern headquarters with a flag waving in the wind where heroes were gathered in full force. The Brazil Hero Association right now. Breaking news echoed through the emergency meeting. An anchor reported, the South Korean expedition team has just landed at the airport. Another person reacted with delight. That's welcome news. Among all the summoned nations, they were the fastest to arrive. A high-ranking official remarked while taking notes. In the heavy atmosphere, a few heroes hadn't returned to their quarters. Instead, they set out immediately. It truly is a hurry country, isn't it? He stammered, but the acting official turned his head, his eyes showing a mix of surprise and grave concern. I'm worried the South Koreans will find out about that information. Another veteran leader leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his gaze deep and cold. No secret in this world lasts forever. We must control them tightly until this mission is over. The group nodded. Understood. He sighed softly, clenching his fist as if to gather his remaining composure. The atmosphere grew even darker as the final report was read aloud. Brazil's national-level hero Moises has been defeated and killed by an unidentified entity. Amidst the tense atmosphere in the meeting room, the story suddenly took a different turn. It wasn't a monster. The black box data clearly shows a human form. The other man still looked puzzled. He wondered aloud. At the rift near Santa Jim, what the hell happened? In the large conference room, a man in a stern suit held a document and pointed to a glowing map. While he was presenting down in the audience, Juseon stared at her phone, her brow furrowed slightly. A message was quickly sent. Where are you? The meeting has already started. Dojin replied nonchalantly. On a plane. She texted back, suspicious. A plane, we just landed at the same time. I transferred flights. The destination is still far away. What do you mean where? He just sent back 2 words. Santa Jim. Juseon's eyes widened, stunned. Santa Jim. He went into the most dangerous rift zone. Alone. The man in the suit presenting at the map pointed to the red-marked areas as an announcement about the itinerary appeared. The entire hall listened in silence. A tense atmosphere filled the room. After 2 days of familiarizing yourselves with the local area, heroes will be assigned to their registered zones in order. Outside, a luxurious hotel named Bomb Hotel. Flags fluttered in the wind under the bright sun. Juseon pulled her suitcase, opened a door, and got into a yellow taxi preparing to leave. Just as she was about to get in, a hand suddenly stopped the door. She looked up, her eyes wary. Du Woong-bi held the car door firmly, looking straight at her with suspicion. He asked naively, seeming reluctant to let her go. Where are you going? The official schedule hasn't even started yet. Yuseon's eyes were half closed, her expression calm. I have somewhere I need to be. Du Woong-bi asked curiously, where is that? Faced with his teammates' questioning, Yuseon replied in a low, cold voice. Santa Jim. The taxi sped away in a flash of light. Du Woong-bi stood there calmly as if expecting it. His eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the name. An area shrouded in countless rumors and secrets no one dares to speak of. Santa Jim, huh? The very place that even the Brazil Hero Association forbids entry to. The scene changes. A desolate land. Steep, arid cliffs as if gnawed away by time. Bare, skeletal trees reached up like phantoms. The gateway to the rift zone near Santa Jim. Dojun's and Jushin's team advanced silently into Santa Jim. No one spoke a word, only the sound of hurried footsteps on the dry, barren ground. Everyone's eyes glinted with caution. The group walked in silence, only their footsteps echoing through the desolate land. Suddenly, Juseon's sharp, cold voice cut through, breaking the tense atmosphere. Now that we've come this far, you could at least tell us why you were in such a hurry. Dojun replied nonchalantly with a hint of accusation. I was waiting. Aren't you the one who was late? You cold-blooded bastard, Juseon shouted angrily. No, if you had told us beforehand, you wouldn't have had to wait. She narrowed her eyes, probing. Forget it. So what exactly are you after coming all the way out here? Without a flicker of hesitation, Dojun answered decisively. Blue Juko. Hearing this, Juseon couldn't hide her surprise and yelled, Blue Juko, just for that. Dojun, his face still unmoving, glanced at his teammate. Do I need another reason? She tilted her head, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Seo Dojun, are you aware that I'm 3 years older than you? Dojun shook his head nonchalantly. So what? Annoyed Juseon snapped back her words, attacking Dojun as their argument echoed through the forest. It's not about so what. You should know how to respect your elders. Inju's gaze, half scornful and half indifferent, swept over the two of them. Dojun, now irritated, yelled, I am speaking politely, so you should just speak casually then. The journey of the warriors continued into the dangerous land where death always lurks. Her voice echoed across the mountain range. Are you trying to piss me off? Then just stick to the formal stuff. Good heavens, to think he's leading even Yu So-yeon around like that. The conversation was cut short by the tense situation. A young man glanced around the trembling fissure and spoke worriedly. Hey, are we just going to charge straight into the fissure like this? Is that really going to be okay? The other person immediately burst out laughing. We have the hero Yu So-yeon right here with us. What's there to worry about? As the tense atmosphere spread around the fissure, a doubtful voice spoke up. I know she's strong, but that guy leading the charge is a rookie. A laugh immediately erupted. Seo Young-cheon, as if he couldn't believe his ears, said, a rookie. He turned to remind the two gossiping men. He scoffed again, his voice full of hidden meaning. There are rookies, and then there are rookies. If it's Seo Dojun, then he's probably a legendary class rookie. The two young men turned pale after hearing that. He's really on that level. The incessant chatter made Yu So-yeon frown in annoyance. She looked towards Dojun. Hey, can you hear them? Dojun immediately spun his sword into a defensive stance and looked ahead. He snapped irritably. It's too noisy. Yu So-yeon's stern gaze fell on Dojun. Mr. Seo Dojun, don't tell me you came here. with the intention of sealing this entire fissure. However, Dojun nonchalantly replied with an unexpected reason. "We're here to gather materials. Why would I be sealing anything?" Yuso-yan was dumbfounded for a long moment. Materials! Suddenly, the entire mountain trembled violently. From a thick cloud of dust, a monstrous arm with long, razor-sharp claws swung down, tearing through the air with a chilling force. A resounding explosion shook the space. A brilliant light flashed as the attack collided with a barrier. The soldier gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the immense pressure as he held his ground. Immediately after the ground trembled, Seo Young-cheon's head snapped back, his eyes wide in astonishment. He could clearly feel the shockwave spreading through the air. He tried to shout a warning to the team. "Snap out of it! Get on the defensive!" Seo Young-cheon gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes burning with a mixture of rage and tension. His breath came in ragged gasps, and with a dry throat, he could only manage a choked cry. A roar erupted from within the mist. A colossal figure gradually emerged, spreading its dark wings. Its brilliant golden eyes shone like piercing blades, and streams of black energy swirled around the dragon's body. It radiated a pressure that made the ground itself tremble. This wasn't an ordinary monster. It was a true dragon from the abyss. Seo Young-cheon's jaw dropped in utter shock. "It's so much more monstrous than in the photos." Faced with the creature's terrifying power, one of the team members cried out in panic. "Wait a minute, isn't this a little too dangerous?" Immediately, Seo Dojun stepped forward. His decisive voice echoed, "Get back!" Dojun's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, veins bulging on his hand from the force. The cold steel flashed. The blade vibrated with a low hum, as if answering its master. Amidst the brilliant light, Dojun stood silently like an unsheathed sword, waiting for the moment to cleave the world in two. He recalled his master's words. "If you want to get a blue clover dial's heart, you can't do it with your bare hands. I'll lend you my most prized sword. Use it to retrieve the materials." Without a word, he raised his sword, his cold gaze locked on the enemy. The moment the steel blade flashed, the true battle began. A single slash tore the heavens and earth asunder. A thunderous explosion boomed, sweeping away everything in sight. Dojun tensed and threw a punch, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Blood and afterimages flew. That punch was more than just one man's strength. A giant dragon with gleaming armored scales roared, but it was besieged by a relentless barrage of attacks from all sides. Light dust and shockwaves intertwined, as if to crush it. An evil dragon spread its wings, its gaze cold. A powerful spiritual energy erupted from its body like an internal explosion, its aura overflowing violently. Chunks of earth and rock exploded all around, and the very air trembled as if the entire battlefield revolved around that one being. Seo Young-cheon laughed excitedly. "That's him, all right." At the very moment the weapon in his hand flashed, the onlookers stood frozen, their eyes filled with a mixture of terror and awe. They couldn't believe that such power had come from a single human being. What was that? And as the blade sliced down, making the earth and rocks tremble, the group cried out in shock. "That's ridiculously strong." Dojun stood with his back to them, blood still dripping from his sword. Behind him lay the monster's severed giant hand. Amidst the flickering flames in the dark forest, Dojun set his weapon aside and sat alone by a fire. As he stared into the blazing fire, the whispers from behind him became clear. "Did you see that just now? Seo Dojun, he took down the blue clover dial in just one hit. He cut down so many by himself I couldn't even count. Don't ever turn your back on him." The purple-haired guy in the group covered his mouth and whispered, "Hey, keep it down. I heard he took down the cockatrice the exact same way." The other guy couldn't hide his shock and blurted out, "He took care of that giant bird monster too." Meanwhile, Dojun calmly stared into the fire, ignoring the continuing chatter behind him. He was clearly not an ordinary hero. Below his gaze, something was frying in a pan. 2 pieces of greenish meat were slowly cooking over the fire. He suddenly turned his head towards Yuso-yan, who was slowly approaching, and asked, "Have you finished processing the blue clover dial hearts?" She immediately followed his gesture, looking at the containers behind him. He replied casually, "See for yourself." Yan looked behind him, her mind filled with questions. What in the world does he plan to do with those hearts? And what kind of meat is that he's grilling? "It doesn't really look like beef, does it?" His casual reply hit her ears like a bolt of lightning, making her eyes widen in horror. It's blue clover dial meat. It's actually pretty tasty. Want to try some? Yan quickly covered her mouth, shrinking away from the meat in fear. But we packed plenty of food. Why would we go to the trouble of eating this? Dojun ignored her, offering one last comment before popping the meat into his mouth. Suit yourself. Meanwhile, behind him, she watched with a surprised face as he calmly munched away. Just then, Inju saw it too and froze, staring at the piece of meat in disbelief. Her face fell as she asked in horror, "You can actually eat that? There's so much other food, and you had to pick that one." Immediately, a pair of slender hands with chopsticks slowly picked the piece of meat from the hot pan. Just as she was silently staring at it, Inju suddenly shouted, "You, John! You're really going to eat that?" John turned to the panicking girl who had shot to her feet and retorted, "But they said it was edible." She quickly opened her mouth wide, about to eat the meat. To Inju's horror, the seemingly poisonous green piece of meat was taken into Jion's mouth. A second later, Jion covered her mouth in astonishment and thought, this is actually pretty good. Inju immediately walked over to the two of them. She quickly leaned in close to him and whispered, making the chewing Dojun suspicious. "Hey, Seo Dojun, what's your secret? How did you manage to win Yu Jian over? She's never had a boyfriend before, and she's not the type to easily fall for a guy. Come on, tell me. How on earth did you get her to eat that monster meat?" He listened without any expression and looked down. "A love secret, huh? It must have been back at the Imperial Academy. I wasn't even 20 then." An image of a young man known as the Sword God staring intently at the beautiful girl before him gradually comes into focus. Lady Mei Sogren, daughter of Count Grin. A second later, he's hand in hand with a beautiful white-haired woman. Then the noble Lady Leslie Lian when he was over 20. Lavender Leslie Lian. And it ends with the strong figure of a girl standing bravely before giant monsters, his final refuge in this world. "Hey, you jerk!" Inju suddenly shouted right in his ear, snapping him out of his thoughts. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? I asked for your love secret." Dojun quickly turned his head to look at her standing there with her hands on her hips. Quick as a flash, he put on an enthusiastic expression and replied, "Honey doesn't go looking for the bee." Hearing this, Inju froze completely. A second later, her jaw dropped as she stared in disbelief. "Oh my God, that is the cheesiest line I have ever heard in my entire life." Inju immediately rushed over and slapped Jian hard on the back, making her drop her chopsticks and cough violently. Scene changed to a modern city full of skyscrapers. Sometime later, inside a luxurious room at Brozaro, Bio's assistant came to report. "That is all the information, sir." Bio swirled the wine in his glass, his tone nonchalant. "I don't get it. The campaign hasn't even started, so why are they in such a hurry to leave, and Seo Dojun of all people?" Dong Inju and her Carnation Guild are participating too. There aren't any valuable monsters in the Sanajim region. As far as I know, there's nothing special there. The other man quickly replied, "When we asked Brazaro, they only said one thing, that it's extremely dangerous there." Just then, the phone rang. Speaking of that bastard Seo Dojun, everything involving him is unpredictable. Seriously. "Director Hong, what can I do for you today?" The person on the other end immediately asked, "Is that Seo Dojun punk still alive? When is he finally going to get to work?" He chuckled and asked back, "What's bothering you now? What happened?" The voice on the other end replied instantly, "My father. I think he saw the news that Dojun was ranked 5th, so now he's telling me to bring him home." Vio shot up and said mockingly, "So the chairman of T Group himself has to get involved, does he? No wonder our dear director is getting so antsy." This made the person on the other end lose his patience and shout, "Stop joking around. What's the plan?" Vio walked over to the map on the wall. "I've finally found a good partner. I have to know how to please them, of course. Dojun will definitely not be able to return from Brazaro." The voice on the other end replied, full of satisfaction, "Now that's an answer I like." The man pointed to a spot on the map with his pen and replied, "If you get it, then hang up. Director Hong, contact Taka City." The assistant replied quickly, "Your final order, sir." On the map, a name was now circled in red pen. Now that Seo Dojun has wandered into this desolate trap himself, it'll be much easier to make our move. Back inside the forest, Dojun was leading the group forward. John stared intently at the map. We're heading into the dense forest. I heard that in there. There are some really dangerous monsters. He asked back, what kind of monsters? She quickly imagined a fearsome creature, a Lin. Dojun calmly looked up at the sky. A Lin, you say? So even that thing is here too. You know about the Lin, John asked back. Of course, why wouldn't I? Dojun replied as he strode forward. Joan watched his back grow distant from the others, frustrated. She knew it would be like this. I won't stop you, but put this on. Dojun looked at the object in his hand. What's this? Jian ignored him and quickly stepped toward him, starting her instructions. They're earplugs. If the Lin's howl entrances you, your mind will be paralyzed. You just said you knew all about them. His answer left her bewildered. No, I don't need them. He turned and walked away, leaving a panicked Jian to shout after him, You shouldn't underestimate the Lin the Boraro Hero Association. Warned everyone to be extremely careful with it. But he paid no mind to her words. As night enveloped the quiet forest, Dojun continued to lead the way. A furry creature silently watched their every step. Under the full moon, its body gradually came into view. Everyone stared at it, their eyes filled with fear. A piercing sound suddenly echoed, causing Inju and the rest of the group to cover their ears in panic. It's a Lin, everyone cover your ears now. Meanwhile, Dojun calmly watched the monster with a sharp gaze. He fixed his eyes on the beast howling under the moonlight. The moment it appeared, the Lin tilted its head to the sky, its howl echoing through the space. The creature's scream tormented Dujan, forcing her to cover her ears. Inju and the teammates behind her also quickly shielded their ears. Only Dojun remained completely emotionless, calmly watching. She was surprised by his expression, thinking to herself, Why? Why isn't he covering his ears? Dojun casually picked up a stone at his feet, channeling fire into the hand that clenched it. With a cold glint in his eyes, Dojun swung his arm, throwing the stone. The flame enveloped the stone, turning it into a fiery arrow that tore through the wind, shooting straight at the Lin on the tree branch. She and Joseon were stunned by his action. The Lin quickly turned and fled. Not letting it go, Dojun immediately gave chase. Inju followed, still bewildered. What just happened? She too was completely astounded. The Lin's screaming has stopped. After running for a while, he suddenly stopped. His teammates behind him quickly caught up. Under the silent night sky, Dojun's silhouette stood defiantly facing countless Lins. The Lin he had just attacked bared its fangs in a rage. It glared, its red pupils emitting a pale yellow light as it stared intently at Joseon. She was stunned, her body freezing under its direct gaze. Joseon looked as if she were hypnotized, her eyes now resembling the Lin's. At that moment, Dojun stepped forward and gently covered her eyes. His deep, warm voice rang out, It's not the scream. Joseon glanced at him, her eyes still a pale yellow. He continued to explain, The thing that paralyzes the mind is the Lin's gaze. Dojun took his sword and reminded her, Keep your eyes closed for a moment. She followed his words silently, closing her eyes tight. Dojun coolly advanced on the pack of Lins before him, his sword enveloped in a blazing red flame. He thought to himself, This is the end of the line for you. With just a light swing, his sword created a brilliant circle of fire. Dojun stood tall within the flames, his aura majestic. He thought to himself, the swordsmanship of the Vanjian clan. Dojun's eyes glowed, his focus absolute. First form Kili Adamilaji Doza KL. A single point creates a miracle. Flames coiled around his sharp sword. With cold eyes and a heroic aura, he raised his blade. A ball of fire appeared at the tip of his sword. Terrified by this pressure, the pack of Lins prostrated themselves. The fireball grew larger and larger, blazing brightly in the air. The teammates behind him were completely dumbfounded. Well, what in the world is that? It looks unbelievably dangerous. Dojun's face stiffened as if coated in metal, a faint yellow aura emanating from his eyes as he unleashed his technique. The flame sword shot forward. Like a missile tearing through the air, a blazing red ring of fire lit up the sky, rushing straight for the pack of Lins. One of them watched as the flame barreled towards it. Its eyes were still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Only when the flame was upon it did the Lin startle, its eyes widening. In an instant, the entire pack was engulfed in fire. The massive, ferocious flame swept through the quiet forest in the dead of night. Inju and Joseon shielded themselves from its intensity. Seeing something, Inju's eyes widened in astonishment. The massive trail of fire tore through the ground, leaving a pitch-black scorch mark. Trees on both sides were burned to ash. On the ground, the Lins collapsed, their bodies still smoking as they lay motionless amidst the cinders. The others met a similar fate. The group stared at the scene, stunned, their jaws agape. Juyan broke out in a sweat and stammered, "No way." Amidst the ashes, one Lin was still clinging to life. It struggled to push itself up. Dojun slowly approached, sword in hand, walking toward the lone survivor. It glared, its pupils glowing as it tried to hypnotize him. Dojun was unaffected. Without mercy, he decisively slashed the Lin in two. It still looked dazed as it coughed up a mouthful of blood, its eyes reflecting Dojun's image. He spoke in a cold voice. "Don't act so arrogant around me." Dojun touched its wide-open eye. "I'll be taking these. They might be useful later." With sharp, cold eyes, Dojun stared intently at it. Inju and Juyan watched him, their expressions full of trust. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "This is insane. Is he even human? He must be stronger than Asia Alphonse, maybe even on par with Ken Lester. Ken Lester, the world's strongest hero. It can't be." Nearby, a horde of monsters lay in wait underwater, preparing to attack. They bared their sharp teeth at Dojun's group. Dojun's group thought, "They really don't know how to read the situation at all. Undeads don't have brains after all." The moment the thought was finished, the monsters leaped out to attack. Unlucky for them, they were met with a devastating punch from Dojun. But one punch wasn't enough. He also gifted each one a kick. A dangerous expression crossed his face as he looked at them, and then, quick as a flash, Dojun's body tore through the entire horde of monsters. He sent them straight to their graves. Heads were severed from necks, bodies left in pieces. Dojun forcefully stomped them into the ground. Watching the horrific scene, everyone else could only stare dumbfounded and nearly falling over in shock. The air filled with the painful roars of the monsters. Returning to a peaceful scene when she was walking alone with Dojun, Josei finally spoke up. "That's swordsmanship. Where did you learn it?" The sound of clashing steel echoed in his mind. A familiar image of himself flashed through Dojun's thoughts. He replied, "Why you want to learn?" Juyan was stunned. "Can I learn it?" Thoughts began to race through his mind. In this peaceful world, what's the point of learning something like that? Thinking this, he replied, "If you learn it now, when would you ever get to use it?" Josie muttered resentfully to herself, "He's totally looking down on me. I'm an S-rank hero too, you know," she retorted irritably. "At least I could use it once before I die, right? Or is it that you just don't want to teach me?" Dojun glanced at Josei, but she met his gaze without flinching. In the end, he had to concede. "Fine. So that's all I am to him." Inju helplessly cut in to mediate their conversation. "All right, that's enough, you two. Let's move through the water passage." The team quickly followed the order. "Yes." Everyone hurried towards the passage. Inju thought to herself, thanks to Mr. Dojun, no one was injured. "Next time, if we come near this area, we can shorten our travel time even more." Finishing her thought, she quickly squeezed through the passage. As soon as she got to the other side, Inju heard a voice cursing. "I'm gonna fucking kill you!" Inju was confused. Japanese. The cursing continued. "How dare you get in our way?" It was then that Inju recognized the voice. Just then, Jujei was being held by Dojun. The person who had been shouting was that guy Jizomata Kashi, an S-rank hero and the guildmaster of the Yakuza-affiliated Empire Guild. Jizomata stood before Dojun and continued speaking. "I was just about to have some fun with the Fist King, and you dare to ruin it for me." If the guy wanted a fight, Dojun was ready for him. He whispered quietly, "Get lost before I smash your face in." "Do you understand me? This whole party of yours is a real eyesore." Hearing Dojun communicate so fluently with Jizomata, a surprised Josei asked, "You can speak Japanese?" Dojun seemed a bit worried as he replied, "A little." He thought to himself, actually the original Dojun was the one who learned it. Jizomata, seething with killing intent, warned, "What are you spacing out for, you damn mutts?" His guild members quickly backed him up. "How dare you be so insolent to our guildmaster? Apologize right now. Do you have any idea who this is? This is, if you bastards dare." Dojun's ice-cold glare cut them off. "I don't care, just get lost." The air suddenly froze thick with the tense killing intent between the two sides. Inju began to think to herself, The Empire Guild is the 5th-ranked guild in Japan. They're notorious for being an undisciplined bunch of thugs with Yakuza origins. No matter how strong Mr. Dojun is, we should avoid a fight. Thinking this, she quickly stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, please calm down. The man waved her away dismissively. This is no place for a little girl to interfere. Hearing that, Inju's face froze. Hey, little girl, Dojun's party suddenly erupted. You idiots! What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you insult our guildmaster? You fucking morons! Inju quickly stopped them. Everyone be quiet. Then she calmly introduced herself. I am young Inju from the Carnation Guild. It would be better for everyone if we settled this peacefully. Jizamata couldn't have cared less. So, what? I've never even heard of your guild. If you're looking for a beating, don't worry, your turn will come. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Josei away from Dojun. Dojun immediately stepped forward to block him. Seeing Dojun step forward, the man threw a punch. Get lost. I've got something special to show all of you. I was gonna kill you anyway, so just sit still and die. Dojun thought to himself, so you're trying to piss me off, huh? Since he wanted a fight so badly, Dojun delivered a monstrous punch straight to Jizuma's cheek. It was just a loving tap, but it sent the guy flying 100 meters away. Seeing their leader get sent flying like that, Jizuma's underlings were suddenly terrified. Dojun reminded everyone step back. He threw the first punch, so this is just self-defense. Let's make this a one-on-one. Get rid of your little lackeys so they don't weigh you down, okay? Jizuma, having recovered from the shock, ordered, all of you back off! The muscles on his arms bulged, his face growing more ferocious. Jose, standing nearby, began to worry about Dojun. She thought to herself, Dojun, please only kill half of them. Takashi's men suddenly looked ahead. Jujon, Inju, and Seongjon stared forward with horrified expressions as Dojun leaped up and stomped straight on Takashi's head. Smashing his face into the ground, he groaned in pain. Then Dojun kicked him, sending him flying. Takashi clutched his nose in agony, thinking, damn it! How is this bastard so strong, asterisk? Who the hell is this bastard? This is nothing like what I heard about him. Shit. Dojun glanced at him. Seeing that look in Dojun's eyes, he trembled, thinking, I'm going to die. Immediately after, he turned and ran. But Dojun quickly appeared in front of him. Dojun growled, who sent you guys to come mess with me, huh? I already have a pretty good idea who it was, but I want to hear you say it. Dojun grabbed his hair, causing him to tremble and beg. Please forgive me. Dojun replied coldly, you want me to forgive you never. Then he clenched his fist and punched him straight in the face, sending Takashi flying. Seeing this, Hoseon's group stared with wide-eyed astonishment. Dojun rubbed his arm after knocking Takashi to the ground. Inju looked surprised. I expected as much. But I didn't think it would be this one-sided. Dojun placed his foot on Takashi's head. Seeing this, Inju pulled on Jujon's sleeve and said, at this rate, he's gonna kill that guy Jujon, say something. Seeing Dojun pressing his foot down hard on Takashi's head, Jujon finally spoke up to stop him. Dojun, stop. If you keep this up, you'll actually kill him. He replied without hesitation, I'll take responsibility. But Jujon pulled him away, demanding, take responsibility. How are you going to take responsibility for this? It would have been better if you hadn't done anything you'd need to take responsibility for in the first place. Dojun explained, I've seen plenty of scum like him before. It's better to just kill them. Inju also came over, taking his hand and pleading, Dojun, you shouldn't ruin your own life over trash like this. Please stop. Joseon added, they've already learned their lesson. Dojun suddenly shouted, if you don't want to end up like him, then you'd better speak nicely. Say you won't cause any more trouble. The three of them immediately knelt, bowed their heads, and replied in unison, yes, sir. But Dojun still looked unsatisfied. He demanded, just kneeling, put your heads on the ground. Hearing this, they immediately started kowtowing like obedient puppies. Dojun spoke up, you gangster types have to cut off a finger when you screw up. Right. After hearing that, every single one of them started banging their heads on the ground repeatedly. Please spare us. Please spare us. He then made a demand, say, I am scum, I am very sorry, and I'll let you go. The black-haired guy ground his teeth and said, I am scum, I am very sorry. Hearing this, Inju looked speechless while everyone else laughed mockingly. Even the big guy lying on the ground stammered it out. Scum. Dojun looked at him with a satisfied expression. At the Brazil branch sometime later, a man frowned as he read a file in his hands. He frowned again, then looked up at Inju and Seongjeon standing before him. He then straightened the stack of documents, thinking to himself, "Am I really supposed to believe this?" An S-class hero, Takashi, was beaten to the point of being crippled, and his opponent was just one person. Takashi was the only one injured, so I can't claim this isn't true, but it's still incredibly hard to accept. The Japanese side hopes that Korea can cooperate to close the gate. Santa Jim. Then he spoke aloud. If this report is accurate, then our Brazil Association cannot intervene. We will refer this matter back to the Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You will receive a decision from them. Inju immediately replied, "Understood." The man continued, "And you people also went near the Santa Jim gate, correct? Was there anything unusual there?" Inju quickly replied, "No, there was nothing strange." Joseon thought to himself, "Unusual. What does he mean?" After listening, the man replied, "I see. By the way, the name Dojin appears most frequently in this report. So why isn't he here?" Inju stammered, well... Joseon quickly gave an excuse. He said he needed to go take care of a few things. The man wondered, take care of a few things. In a hospital hallway, groans echoed everywhere. Takashi was whimpering, his eyes filled with fear. It turned out he was looking at Dojin, who was standing in front of him, holding a bouquet of flowers. He said, "Calm down and lie still. I'm really just here to visit." Dojun took out an orb and placed it on Takashi's forehead, then spoke. "Now tell me what happened." The room suddenly became unusually quiet. As if hypnotized, Takashi spoke. "Because a piece of lowly trash like me, I picked a fight with the Korean guild." Dojun frowned at him, then turned and walked away, leaving him be. Takashi kept rambling. "The Yakuza are scum. The Yakuza are scum." Dojun walked out of the room, his hands clenched into fists. Rumors about the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread quickly. News articles about the brawl between Dojun and Takashi appeared one after another with headlines like "Took down Takashi with a single blow" and "A violence more terrifying than violence itself." That was pure hatred. Public support for Dojun was spreading everywhere. The mysterious hero, Keldojun, finally made a statement. Taekwa spoke while reading the news. "He's completely dominating the domestic news. It's really explosive. News about hero Keldojun is coming out every day." The man with glasses said, "But is it true that the Japanese Hero Association is refusing to investigate further?" Taekwa replied, "I heard the victim Takashi himself said so. I don't really get it. That guy always tries to make a huge scene out of everything. That proves the Japanese side is trying to avoid something." The man with glasses looked confused. "What do you mean by that?" Taekwa gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know either. Soon enough, everything will be focused on Hero Dojin. I have a feeling the balance of power among the world's heroes is about to be shaken. One day." There was only 1 day left before the operation to close the crevice zone in Bodaro was set to begin. The Korean heroes had arrived early to acclimate to the area, coordinating with heroes from around the world who gathered later and sharing their joint operation plans, as well as their own individual plans. A pre-operation party was held to ensure its success. The star of the party was, of course, Seo Dojun. At the party, Dojun was standing and talking with a group of people. Inju looked toward him and thought to herself, the rumor about him crushing Takashi seems to have spread globally. Everyone here is only talking about it. And yet he's not bragging at all. It's so impressive. Compared to him, don't you think we're pretty insignificant? Inju noticed Joseon had been silent for a while and wasn't answering. She looked at Joseon and thought, she's not even listening to me. What is she looking at that's making her face so tense? With that thought, she looked ahead. In front of them, Dojun was standing near a glamorous woman who was looking at him with an admiring gaze. That was Gloria Tyler, an S-rank hero from the United States, ranked #1 in the world's most beautiful hero poll. Inju hit Joseon's arm hard, making her jump. Inju said loudly, "That's enough of your sulking. Why are you just sitting there? Go on." Hearing this, she stammered, What should I do?" Dojun glanced over at Joseon. She shyly walked towards him. Joseon blushed, not daring to look at Dojun. He saw her adorable expression and smiled happily. As soon as Joseon arrived, Tyler turned and walked away. This was interesting. "See you later." Casio. Hearing that, she wondered, who's is... Dojin took a sip of his wine and replied, "That's me." Yoseon was surprised. "You have an English name." Dojun explained, "It's the name I used before Dojun." She looked at Dojun and thought, did he live abroad when he was young? I checked his background before. This information wasn't there. Why has he never mentioned this name to me before? In the distance, someone was secretly watching Joseon and Dojun. He thought to himself, that bastard Takashi. He couldn't even deal with a piece of trash like that. In the end, I guess I'll have to take care of it myself. He heard Joseon warning Dojin, "But you have to be really careful, Dojin." He walked past the two of them eavesdropping. "I know you're very strong, but enemies don't always play fair. Takashi has some close allies. The most famous one is..." Before she could finish, Dojun interrupted, "Forget it." Hearing that, Joseon froze for 5 seconds. "What do you mean, forget it?" "You should know who," Dojun said sarcastically. "Just the same type as Takashi. Cowardly and weak, but likes to act all tough, right? Those types aren't worth worrying about. Not one bit." A man standing in this corner of the party heard his words and began to tremble with anger, his eyes filled with killing intent. In contrast to him, Dojun wore a sarcastic smile. The man clenched his fist, looked towards Dojun, and cursed internally. "That bastard! I'll kill him with my own hands." That evening, the moon and stars appeared in the sky. With a thoughtful expression, Inza spoke up. "This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." At the crevice zone near Santa Jim, Inza continued. "The entrance to the crevice looks so gloomy and dark." Song Cheon smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? We have 2 S-rank heroes here. Let's hurry up and get in there and close it." Inza agreed, "That's right. What could possibly happen? Let's head in, everyone." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." They were now standing before the water fissure. Noticing Dojun hesitate, Jason looked at him confused and then asked, "What's wrong?" He answered her, "Don't you feel it?" Jason replied, "Feel what?" Then she turned to Inza and asked, "Inza, do you feel anything?" Inza was also puzzled. "Not at all." "What do you mean? Are you sensing something?" Dojun looked ahead worriedly. He could feel the mana concentration had increased. The air around them suddenly became eerily quiet. At that moment, high above, someone was taking a measurement. "The mana concentration is 23.61%, he said. "It'll reach 30% soon. It would be much easier if all these filthy insects just died right here." Everyone began to feel pain. "My body's so heavy. It hurts. It's so suffocating. I can't breathe." Dojun thought to himself, this level of mana is completely different. The concentration is even denser than in the Patizwa forest. Juseon glanced at him. "This is the first time I've seen Dojun this tense. There's definitely something here." Dojun was also staring intently ahead. Inza spoke up to reassure everyone. "Everyone stay calm. This could just be a characteristic of this rift. Our bodies feel heavier than usual, so don't let your guard down. Jujeon, you protect the formation. You too, Dojun." Jujeon obediently replied, "Got it." Inju added, "We just need to find the reason for the change in mana density." Dojun also replied, "Understood." Inza gave the order. "Our priority is to close the rift. Everyone on high alert. Move out." Everyone acknowledged the order, shouting in unison, "Roger!" They heightened their senses, scanning their surroundings as Dojun entered the Santarem Rift in the northern region of the Brazil-Mana Zone. The largest city in the Rift region was where the Korean and Brazilian teams had been dispatched. Suddenly, they were attacked. They had been poisoned, and blood was trickling from their mouths. A whizzing sound echoed everywhere as poisonous bees appeared in the sky, relentlessly attacking Inju's group. They were killer bees, flying-type monsters of the hornet variety. Seeing his comrades poisoned and beginning to fall, one of Dojun's team members thought to himself, "No way. Killer bees are monsters that even C-rank heroes should be able to hunt." Everyone seemed powerless against the swarm's assault. One by one, they were poisoned and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, another team member thought to himself, "Even A-rank heroes are being taken down this easily." A hornet aimed its sharp stinger and shot toward him. He raised his hand to punch it, but it dodged. He thought with frustration, "Damn, my body's too heavy. Normally that would have splattered it." Watching the hornets frantically attack his comrades, he thought, "How many of us are going to make it out of here alive?" A blade slashed violently towards Inju. Black orcs had suddenly appeared armed with sharp weapons. Song Cheon wondered, "This is weird. Why are the black orcs this strong?" The team members charged forward one by one to attack the black orcs. Another member also moved in to attack them. A black orc stared at him, its eyes smoldering with rage. It then raised a sharp axe and swung it straight down, but fortunately Jujin rushed in and saved him from the black orc's blade. He voiced his thanks. Then she warned him, "Don't be so reckless when you approach them." The sounds of the black orcs grew closer. Jujeon immediately flew towards one of them. Seeing her, it raised its axe. Suddenly, a purple smoke enveloped the black orc. Jujeon was now flying circles around it. Then she launched a kick straight into its side. It turned in pain toward the point of impact. But Jujeon had already vanished. Now she was hovering above the black orc's head. Raising her leg, she shot down like an arrow, kicking its head. In both pain and anger, it swung its axe forward. But unexpectedly, it struck another black orc standing in front of it, making it even angrier. Juseon took this opportunity to continue her attack. She landed a powerful kick that sent the black orc flying. It cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of goo. Seeing this, everyone thought, Juseon is terrifyingly strong. I almost forgot. As expected of an S-ranker, she's on a whole other level. The black orc screamed in pain only to be immediately struck by a punch from Dojin. Dojin had taken down a black orc in the blink of an eye. Inju thought, with this level of difficulty right at the entrance, even with those two closing, this rift won't be easy. The black orc lay unconscious on the ground. She saw Dojin observing it. Jujeon walked over, asking, "What are you looking at?" He replied, "What is this?" "Do you see a kind of black ripple anywhere?" She asked back, "A ripple." He confirmed, "You have to focus to see it. What is this?" This must be why they suddenly got stronger, Dojun thought. Why is there dark mana here? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Both Inju and Jujeon frowned in confusion. The atmosphere grew quiet after Dojun spoke. On a dark moonless night in a desolate remote place, a monster was violently struggling against something. Naturally, there were those trying with all their might to contain its power, but the monster refused to be subdued. Everyone could feel these events unfolding. It's getting harder and harder. I really want to destroy it as fast as possible. This chaotic battle really has to end here. Everyone feels that the situation has now become more unstable than ever. Some have also started to question this strange phenomenon. Even the swamp monsters have become abnormally strong. Human strength can't fight it back if this keeps happening. Then humanity won't be able to hold out. Was that last attack powerful enough to tear right through battle armor? This is seriously dangerous. What in the world is happening? Even I, the most level-headed one, couldn't stop it. A blue-haired girl flies straight up and uses her power. That monster wasn't going down without a fight either. But that girl is also incredibly smart. If the swamp monsters are already this strong, then it's definitely even more dangerous. Could there be something special about the water fissure here? She seemed to have a thought, and her face grew worried. It's not just at Borodor. Could it be that all the fissures around the world are like this? At the fissure near Manos, this is a desolate, remote place. A young man is racing against time, his face filled with anxiety. Sweat soaks his face. Those things are all S-rank, you know. And yet they got themselves killed just because of a few low-level beasts. The purple-haired girl turned in surprise when she heard the name. As soon as Do-jun turned, he understood what the man was saying. That's right. We absolutely have to be on guard against those infected with dark magic. Dark mana meaning the dark aura surrounding a dark type. The other day, what was it now that same thing is appearing on the swamp monsters? Is that what's making them stronger? The vortex continues to spin with no end in sight. Just imagine that dense energy being violently poured into their bodies. John is trying his best to keep everything under control. Is it like in a game for casting spells? What's with that sigh? No way. Mana actually exists in the real world. The biggest difference between a hero and a regular person is whether or not they have mana. The monsters are getting more and more ferocious. Dojun really wants to crush everything as fast as possible. Everything is just becoming a mess. This world originally didn't even have the concept of mana, did it? Then it must have been a peaceful world. He just regrets that this peace won't last much longer. He honestly doesn't want this to happen at all. Dojun wants everything to go back to how it was before, but no matter what, he's already tried his best. Dujun wants to stomp everything down with his own feet. He'll prove that this world deserves peace. He's the bravest person there's ever been. His teammates all looked at him with admiring eyes. And John still had a question in his mind. In short, among the types of mana, it's that dark one. That's making the monster stronger, right? If I had to make a comparison, it's like pumping an athlete full of stimulants. She had a question, so she asked him, "But how do you know about that Dojun?" To him, this is just too simple. On the contrary, it's strange that you all don't know. Leaving the swamp, the Carnation Guild followed the warning. This is an extremely dangerous area, so they intentionally slowed their marching speed and moved with caution. After hearing that everyone felt nothing but fear, but a hand gave a signal for everyone to stop. "I've found it," Du Jun said. "It's a lure cocoon. You can tell everything just from its shape. Be careful. That dangerous thing is definitely around here." But someone else spoke up, denying this. Du Jun had recognized the more serious problem. The real danger is actually right here. "It's a good thing we found it early." "What, Du Jun? Are you a mage or something?" "You mean the danger? Is this pile of cocoons?" Du Jun was about to show everyone just how dangerous they were. Those things suddenly exploded all at once. That's right. The ones infected with dark magic are controlling them like puppets. If we don't deal with them now, they'll immediately surround us from both the front and back, and wipe us out in an instant. Now all that's left is to take it down. Du Jun was still trying to show everyone the truth. It has absorbed dark mana and is controlling them like puppets. If we don't deal with it now, we'll be completely surrounded and wiped out in an instant. Now we just need to take down that dangerous thing, and we're done. Everyone was concentrating, listening to his words. They were all amazed by Dojun's attitude. It's his first time encountering a situation like this. But nothing seems to faze him. The more I look at him, the stranger this man seems. I thought he was just simply strong. But power like this, it's nothing short of surpassing human limits. John gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Be honest with me. Were you reincarnated and are now living your second life?" Hearing this, Dojun found it amusing. A second life. Well, I guess you could call it that. How much farther to the core of the rift? The short-haired girl immediately changed the subject. "We just need to get through this forest. Then we'll be halfway there." Dojun then made a surprisingly abrupt decision. "I'm going to seal this place today." Even John couldn't believe what he was saying. Someone spoke up about the current situation. "If it were you, Dojun, maybe you could, but the other members can't. They're exhausted from the fight in the swamp." Dojun looked at the people with their weary expressions. He didn't want to force them into a difficult situation either. "All right then, rest. I'll take care of it quickly and come back." And with that, Dojun ran straight into the deep forest alone. He had made his decision and was determined to see it through. The others still couldn't understand what he was planning to do. How does he still have that much monstrous strength? Dojun had entered the deep forest, his eyes on, high alert for everything. He moved at great speed, observing the situation, his gaze filled with vigilance. This forest really is creepy. Suddenly a spiderweb appeared in front of him. Dojun tried to see if it was the thing he needed to destroy. Or not. He was thrilled that after all this time he had finally found it. Dojun immediately raised his sword. That spider also possessed a terrifying power. In a flash it was above Dojun's head. The spiderwebs began to appear more and more frequently. It was trying to break his concentration. Dojun had to focus as quickly as possible. Their powers were evenly matched, but he couldn't afford to lose to it. Not this easily. Fighting it with only a sword in his hand, Dojun felt tired but still had to give it his all. Dojun let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his hand. "Thanks to my mana technique absorbing the dark mana, I don't feel tired yet." Dojun returned to everyone's bewildered stares. John and the others could only gawk at him. He took it down alone. Just hearing it is unbelievable. And yet he doesn't show any signs of fatigue. Dojun made a request to the group. The presence of monsters can no longer be felt in the forest. Rest for a bit. So everyone gathered around a fire to warm up. The roasting meat made one's mouth water. Dojun was seriously focused on his task. A girl approached and timidly asked him, "Can I try some of this meat?" Dojun agreed immediately without a second thought. The person next to her grew curious and asked the girl, "Why do you suddenly want to eat that?" She replied, "Maybe this is how he got so strong." The other person hearing this excitedly ran over. "I'll try some too. I wonder if it really works." Sit down. There's no harm in trying. The two who were bandaging their wounds saw her eating and felt an intense craving. Of course, he had already guessed their intentions. That meat will do nothing but fill your stomach. But I don't dislike people with the ambition to become stronger. He considered it a small gift for them. As the two were eating, they felt a strange change in their bodies. Thinking it was working, she was overjoyed. Eating this meat makes me feel full of energy. Seeing this, Dojin couldn't help but chuckle. It's time to discuss our next objective. We're just a little further from the core of the rift. But everyone's tired. Let's go back and rest. We'll attack again tomorrow. Dojin said he wanted to seal it today, but our bags are already full. Dojin felt something was off and turned to ask John, "You agree with this? What else can I do?" It would be a lie to say I'm not tired. The monsters have also gotten stronger because of that thing called dark mana. Dojin looked at the map and thought constantly. The original plan was to delay sealing the rift for as long as possible because we needed to gather as many rare materials as we could, like blue crocodile hearts or items only found overseas. But the appearance of dark mana has changed everything. Variables are never a good sign. There's something about this dark mana that makes me feel uneasy. He poured all the diamonds out of his bag. Take these and go back to the hotel first. Dojun abruptly turned to leave as soon as he finished speaking, leaving the two of them confused. He didn't forget to turn back and reassure them, "I'll seal it and be right back." The monster was still on a violent rampage. Dojun was also giving his all to stop it. He wouldn't let it invade so easily again. Dojun's eyes seemed to spot something terrifying. He immediately readied the sword in his hand. Dojun didn't wait any longer and stabbed straight through it. He immediately obtained a brilliant diamond. Everyone had been witnessing his skill this whole time. The short-haired girl was worried about his condition. "Dojun, he'll be okay, right?" John felt this was perfectly normal. "You saw it, didn't you? He just says a quick goodbye and then shoots off like a bullet. He's got plenty of energy to spare. He's still going strong." The short-haired girl looked at her expression and teased. "But why do you look so gloomy? Are you worried about him?" John is trying to dodge the question, but what's the big deal? It's just that saying he's the same S rank as us sounds a little awkward in this world. Who can even compare to him anymore? Dojun was fighting with all his might. Without a second's rest, he was about to defeat that monster. Dojun just wanted to finish this as quickly as possible. He swiftly took his sword and stabbed it straight into its head. The monster grew enraged at him. Dojun let out a sigh. The monster became furious seeing his calm demeanor. Dojun continued to use his power. He would burn it with his intense energy. The monster didn't even have a chance to fight back before meeting a painful end. Dojun is the mortal enemy of their kind. Both giant monsters were taken down by him with such ease. Dojun also retrieved the diamond he needed. The two girls had their luggage packed and were ready to go. With heavy backpacks on their shoulders, they all continued on their journey. Dojun kept thrusting his sword into the monster. He wanted it to be destroyed in the most painful way possible. When Dojun strikes, his cruelty is unmatched. He would make them feel the most excruciating pain imaginable. Dojun even tore out their organs, put them in a jar, and showed no mercy. He quickly sealed the lid and stored it away. The monsters' bodies were gushing blood. The diamond gems he collected appeared in greater and greater numbers. In an instant, he could become the one who possesses the most. Getting this many from a single monster is pretty good. Dojun shouldered his luggage once again. He would head to a new place and continue his journey. At the Hero Association headquarters in the Situation Room, everyone in the room looked panicked. A signal was being emitted from some small area again. It seemed another danger had appeared there. Everyone's face showed clear worry, but after a moment, the three of them celebrated together. The crack in the danger zone has closed. Which team was dispatched there? It's a team from Korea called the Carnations. But the woman next to him asked, but the report just said they returned 10 minutes ago. They said they had just stepped out of the Crack's gate not long before that. What is this? What on earth is going on? About 10 minutes earlier, the two-headed monster had surged back to life. Dojun hadn't expected its power to be so intense. Did this monster rapidly evolve thanks to the black mana? Their wounds had also healed quickly. He felt that they were even stronger than before. Dojun had discovered something strange. Is that the core over there? Let's hurry and end this quickly. The two-headed monster had no intention of losing to him. Jun drew his sword. It also had weapons in its hands, its fists. Dujun felt this fight was becoming harder to win, but he wouldn't give up because of that. The flames were already beginning to glow. The monster was determined to use its fists. Dujun realized danger was approaching him. He had to find the fastest way to deal with it. The spellbook was activated. Magic was channeled along the sword's path. The monster writhed in pain as it suffered the consequences. It felt as if 1,000 knives were stabbing it from within. The monster was in agony and could no longer do anything to him. Dujun still has many interesting secrets up his sleeve. Surprising, isn't it? This is only the beginning. He quickly drew his sword again. The monster was about to attack him from behind, but before it could act, it was stabbed straight through the stomach. The two-headed monster wanted to fight back, but couldn't. Dujun found provoking them to be truly fun. Now it's my turn. It was unclear what he was planning to do. The two monsters were bound by invisible flames, writhing in endless agony. Their bodies couldn't withstand the heat and were being torn apart. It was about to reach the highest temperature threshold. The monster had never expected to suffer such consequences. It wanted to retreat quickly to save itself. The monster tried to strike him from above, but its leg was once again cut in half. It screamed endlessly from the pain. Dujun's power grew stronger and stronger. He continued to unleash as much of his power as he possibly could. His goal was to create a barrier to prevent the monster from getting near him. And just like that, he quickly annihilated all of them. Jun breathed a sigh of relief. He then sheathed his sword. The core began to appear more clearly, growing larger. He walked closer to it, feeling no fear at all, even as he approached the core. The concentration of black mana isn't decreasing at all. If it's not coming from the core, could this magic be radiating from an external source? That means there's someone behind this incident. To fill an entire crack area with this much black mana is not something just anyone can do. It could only be a lord or a great sorcerer from ancient times. If they were truly present here, most life on Earth would already be doomed. He still couldn't come to a clear conclusion. In any case, if the source of the magic was external, closing the crack wouldn't solve the problem completely. He told himself he had to find a way. Dujun slammed his fist into the core with all his might. And yet a crack actually appeared, and the core shattered into many small pieces. He still couldn't conclude anything for certain. I still need to investigate further. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters office, a man held a paper, his hands trembling as he read, regardless of the magic's origin or the investigation status. This report sounds unbelievable. There have been cracks that required a 3-nation alliance to enter and close, and in the end, only one S-rank hero survived. Meanwhile, another team from Korea not only closed the crack, but also managed to preserve the lives of all its members. The person reporting also clarified this doubt. We are receiving a series of urgent reports from other crack areas, but most of them state that the teams have failed and retreated. I will gather all the information and send the detailed report as soon as possible, but this still didn't ease his worries. How could they have failed so miserably when every single gate had at least one S-rank hero assigned to it? The only successful team was the one from South Korea, led by Hero Dojun, although calling it the South Korean team isn't quite accurate. He held the report, still not fully grasping it. What did we miss? Wasn't it the dispatched South Korean team that closed that gate? The gate was closed after they had already left the area. No, that's hard to believe. Then who closed it? Where is Hero John now? The person reporting informed him of the current situation. She'll be at headquarters shortly to report on everything. He couldn't wait any longer. Let me see her immediately. After Jian and the other team left the gate, it took them about 1 hour to reach headquarters. In that time, Dojun had already closed the first gate and was heading into the second one. The core of this gate is underwater. He dove in immediately. All right, let's go. He listened, his expression filled with doubt. You really expect me to believe that? But John felt that what she was saying wasn't wrong at all. If it's him, it's possible. But he was still skeptical of her words. Are you saying Hero Dojun sealed the gate all by himself? That's likely. He sat there lost in thought, contemplating the matter. This is supposed to be top secret, but in the other regions, many S-rank heroes have already fallen. If it wasn't for Mr. Dojun, I'm afraid I would have been no different from them. He looked down, unable to say a word. Honestly, it's hard to believe. Even if the monsters became stronger thanks to that energy called dark mana, and that power, could surpass even S-rank heroes. You're saying Do-jun is above all of those ranks. However, there was just a report that several gates in the southern region have been sealed. Perhaps Dark Mana hasn't appeared in that area yet, but she still had to give a warning. Sir, don't be too complacent. The level of danger now is completely different than before. He picked up his phone to check the situation. You said the color of the gate fissure is different. Correct. Right now, there's no other way to identify them. And so he immediately gathered everyone. Check all gate fissures within our territory. Right now, hurry. After speaking, John quietly turned to leave. Her high heels clicked heavily with each step. Suddenly, John received a call from the chairman. It seemed he had something to discuss with her. John wanted to ask him one thing clearly. That thing called Dark Mana, has there really been no activity in the South Korean region? He simply replied with a cold tone, there have been no such reports yet.